Good morning, everyone. We're giving everyone just a few more minutes to come in. We'll get started very, very shortly. While we're waiting, I want to say how great it is to see everybody, all of you here as you enter and join us. And we'll be getting very, very soon. Get ready. That's great. I'm just waiting to get the go ahead, folks. We're almost ready. Oops. Oh. Thank you. 1 minute countdown. There we go. All right. The time is now. Well, hello, Florida Democrats, and welcome to this big meeting today, and a Happy New Year. I'd like to say congratulations to all our newly elected state committee men and women, and to our DECs across the state for their successful organizational meetings during this unprecedented time. Welcome to the 2021 organizational meeting of the state of, and I have my gavel and I'm calling to order now. Thank you. We're joined today by our parliamentarian extraordinaire, Helen McFadden, and our general counsel, Mark Herron. I thank both of them for being with us today for this big meeting. I also want to thank our officers for being with us and recognize them today. Our first vice chair, Judy Mount, our secretary, Casmore Shaw, and our treasurer, Francine Garcia. I would like to thank them for their tremendous service to the party for these last few years. I'd also like to take a point of personal privilege and thank our staff, our Florida Democratic Party staff, for all of their tremendous work in the past several years. They're the unsung heroes of the party. And I think we'd like to have everybody give them a round of applause, please, for all of their tremendous work over the past several years. We're joined today by our voting vendor, Option Technologies. So thank you, Mark and Christy with Option Technologies team. They'll be running the voter system today. And today, our Deputy Director of Party Affairs will be hosting the chat. So make sure if you have a request that you send that to Wendy Williams in the chat. As a reminder, only members will be recognized to speak during this meeting. So if you're a candidate, not a member, you'll be recognized when it's time for the candidates to speak. The agenda for this meeting is outlined in the bylaws of the Florida. So as such, the agenda is set and additions cannot be made. So we'll start the agenda now with our first with the invocation and pledge. And I'd like to recognize the Reverend James Golden to give the invocation. Reverend Golden, if we can find you and get you unmuted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I am certainly thankful for this opportunity to bring the invocation this morning. I would like to provide an invocation that I was privileged to give in the well of the United States House of Representatives at the invitation of Congresswoman Kathy Castor. God omnipotent and all powerful, God omniscient and all wise, God omnipresent and everlasting, we thank you for your mercy that gently awakened each of us this morning for another day of service to our state and to our nation. And we thank you for your grace and mercy that will empower us to overcome any challenges we will face. We pray now for our president-elect and our vice president-elect and all of our fellow servants in federal, state, and local government across the land. Let thy will be done today in everything we see, everything we utter, everything we hear, everything we think, and everything we feel. Keep us all from unkind words and unkind silences. We pray now for our vigilant, valiant armed forces as they protect our interests, defend our liberty, and secure justice at home and abroad in selfless sacrifice for our country. Oh God, our help in ages past, God of our weary years, God of our silent tears, God who has brought us thus far along the way. Oh God, our hope for years to come, keep our nation forever in thy path of goodness and mercy and righteousness, we pray. Hear our prayer this morning. Help our work today. Heal our nation as we move forward. And together the people of God said, Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Reverend Golden, for that moving and beautiful tribute. And at this point, I'd also like to have everyone have a moment of silence to honor the many victims of COVID-19 and their families and the victims of violence this past week. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Now I recognize Democratic Veterans Caucus President Phil Giorno to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Bonnie. My name is Phil Giorno, President of the Democratic Veterans Caucus. And I'd like to invite all the veterans on the Zoom to salute, whether you're wearing a cover or not, but you can do that with an act of Congress. And I'd like all of you to join me on the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag, as well as any member of the body that would like to do that. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you, Phil. It's especially meaningful now, this particular week. The roll call and quorum. Next is our roll call. So I'd like to ask the Option Technologies team to open the vote for attendance. Hopefully everybody was able to attend a prep session this week as well, and we'll use this as a test vote to establish our quorum. So Wendy,
Members, voting is now open. Please use the vVoter link provided by Wendy in the chat to vote and indicate that you're present in the meeting.
and where would they find that, the vVoter link, Rachel?
Wendy has added that in the chat.
Okay. And what if people can't see it? Yeah.
Oh, it looks like, Wendy, you may be chatting everyone in the waiting room rather than folks in the meeting. If folks can give Wendy just one moment, she will add that to everyone. So you should see that now. In the chat, you have the vVoter link. All the members received their voting login via email. So please click the link and log in using your voting credential and mark yourself present. Please remember, if you have any trouble voting, that you can use the voting hotline that is provided, and Wendy will provide that in the chat in just a moment. If you are not a member or your question is not about voting, please do not use the hotline. We've got staff available to help folks cast their vote. We want to make sure that they're able to troubleshoot the issues.
So everybody should have been able to access the link and enter in your ID, and you should be voting to establish quorum. Vote yourself present so that we may determine if a quorum is present.
Chair, it looks like we're getting close. We'll probably put up just another minute for folks to get that vote in. As a reminder, make sure you open that vVoter website and cast your vote as present.
Okay. Try to get your votes cast quickly, folks.
Thank you, Chair. We will give folks 10 more seconds to cast their vote.
Okay. If you haven't logged in, voted yourself present, please do so ASAP. Okay, the polling is closed. We're waiting for results. And we have 166 participants. It looks as it are officially logged in. Now that we have this information, I'd like to ask our FDP Secretary, Casmore Shaw, to confirm. Yes, go ahead.
So thank you all for casting your vote as present. I think Christy, for a moment, is just going to scroll through this as we continue the agenda. I would encourage members to take a look. It's in alphabetical order by last name. Take a look, make sure your vote went through before we go ahead and move on. If you don't see that your vote went through and you did vote, make sure you use that hotline to talk to the team and get that situated before we move on with the meeting. Again, Christy's going to scroll through that slide in your vVoter session for just a couple more moments so everybody can check on that. And Terry, I apologize. I will turn it back over to you.
No, it's important. Thank you for doing that. I think that's because it's very possible that people didn't get to cast their vote. So it's important that they vote themselves present. That's Important. Well, with this information, as FDP Secretary Casmore Shaw, do we have a quorum? Casmore, if you can identify where you are.
Casmore Shaw in Kissimmee, Florida. Nice and sunny.
There you are.
Yes, yes, Madam Chair, we do have a quorum.
Wonderful. So we can proceed ahead with the business at hand today. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Now, at this point, I'd like to recognize our wonderful Commissioner of Agriculture and Consumer Services, Nikki Freed, who is with us today. Commissioner Freed.
I think
There
there,
she,
thank you, Terry.
there she is. All right, Commissioner. Yeah.
Thank you, Terry. And good afternoon, fellow Democrats. As we know, 2020 was a very difficult year for all of us, not only across our state, but across our country and across the world. Dealing with COVID, we here in the state of Florida have lost over 22,000 individuals, family members that have been impacted by those that they have lost and are grieving. Of course, the individuals that have been sick and hospitalized, and the millions upon millions of our Floridians who have lost their jobs, have been sitting for months and days and on the unemployment system that was designed to be broken and to not serve the people of the state of Florida. And of course, we had a high and a low of the 2020 elections. Of course, we are blessed that we will be now, I believe the days are counting down to 11, that we will be inauguration of President-elect Joe Biden and the first female minority to be Vice President of the United States of America. However, we saw a dark day here also in the state of Florida with the tremendous losses that we saw across the state here, all of our local electeds that unfortunately had lost, and the elected officials who lost their re-election. So we have a lot of work to do here as Florida Democrats. And now we are 9 days into 2021, and we have already seen, again, these highs and these lows. We saw historic turnouts and historic election in Georgia, where we elected the first statewide Jewish senator from the state of Georgia, first African-American senator from the state of Georgia, I believe the first Black senator from after Reconstruction here in the South. So tremendous day, and seeing what it means to actually have a ground game that gets out the voters. And thank you to all of those of you who went up to Georgia to help get out that vote. And it really had taught us some tremendous lessons as we go into this next cycle. But unfortunately, we also saw one of the darkest days of American history, that we haven't seen the Capitol being seized and under attack since the 1800s. And unfortunately, we saw how fragile democracy is. For the first time in American history, we saw the Confederate flag flying in our US Capitol. It was a hard day for Americans. Our hearts break, but we will stand together united to make sure that democracy continues to uphold the ideals and the American dream that so many of us have been fighting for generations. So some lessons that we have learned just in the last 9 days. First of all, nothing is impossible. The fact that Georgia was able to turn around and not only deliver a decisive victory for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, but also to see a decisive victory for 2 US senators, which will give the Democrats control of both chambers and the White House. But again, we saw how fragile democracy is. And it's a constant reminder that we have to unite, that what unites us is stronger than what divides us, which brings us here today. We have a lot of work to do here in the state of Florida, and it is going to take all of us to make it happen. Our large cities, our rural communities, we must truly become the big tent party, which works for everyone, and every voice has an equal opportunity to be heard. So first and foremost, thank you to all of you who have committed yourselves to the Democratic Party, to making sure that we unite and really change our state. And thank you for all of those who decided to run today. You have dedicated to run to lead our party and to help step up and work together to share and to fight for our values. So regardless of who wins or loses today, and regardless of if you have won or lost today, or your candidates have lost or won today, we need to again remember that we are Democrats and we must come together. We are stronger when we are united. We cannot afford to fight amongst ourselves. We are not each other's enemies. If we are going to change our state, and if we are going to remind the citizens of our state that we are the party of the people, that we are the ones who are going to fight for them, then we have to do it as one party. I believe in us. I believe that we have the power to do this. And it all starts today. And before I turn it over to you, Madam Chair, I want to thank you for your service to the Democratic Party. Your tireless work traveling the state. I can tell you being a statewide elected is not an easy feat and not easy as you travel around the state trying to organize. So I want to thank you for your leadership. Thank you for all that you have done. And certainly we have brighter days ahead because of the leadership that you have shown to our party over the last few years. So thank you to everybody. We have a lot of work to do. And I, again, have complete faith and confidence in our party that we will turn the ship around and we will unite the Democratic Party and we will unite the state of Florida, because the better days are ahead of us, but only if we unite and come together and do it as one voice, one party. So thank you again, and I will continue to fight for us in Tallahassee and to make sure that our voices are heard. So back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Freed, and thank you for those inspiring words. I think, and we know that you will keep fighting for us in Tallahassee. And I want to add my thanks to absolutely everybody on this call today for all that you have done, because it's we who have done and have done the work in the past, and will unite going forward. And it is so critical that we do so. And so again, Commissioner Freed, thank you for your words, and I think everyone on this call is in agreement with you. And with that, going forward, our agenda, we will proceed to the agenda. And our agenda is as directed by the state bylaws, as you know. However, per our rules, the chair's appointments, including the standing committee chairs, are not present for this meeting, and so are not voting. So in order to move into the business of electing our officers, I will recognize Grace Carrington for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that our oral presentation of the committee reports be waived today, and that any committee that's interested in making a report do so in writing and submit it to the secretary so that it become a part of our record for people to view moving forward. Thank you.
I just lost my internet. Wendy, is there a second? I'm sorry for me to see. Okay. Okay. Grace Carrington has moved that we waive the committee reports and they be attached to the record. Michael Calderon has second. Browder. I'm also going to suggest that as we go forward, if you all can identify your name and your counties so that we have that for the record as well, and that would be very helpful, as we go forward. Are there any objections? None. Without objection, well, it is ordered, and the motion passes. So we will do reports and proceed and go to the rules of procedure. These just go over one more time so that everybody's familiar with what we're doing today and how we're going to do it. Before we proceed with the election of the officers who will lead the state party for the next 4 years, everyone should have received the proposed rules of procedure in their materials folder. So you should have these with you. And we'll go over these before getting on to today's business. Briefly, to review the rules, we've already established using our core voting tool. If you'd like to speak, to make a motion or a nomination, we ask that you use the Zoom chat to communicate directly to Wendy Williams and with Party Affairs and say whether you'd like to make a motion, second a motion, or have a question. So communicate using the chat with Wendy. Wendy will keep track of your requests so that we can recognize each speaker in an orderly fashion. The raise your hand feature is only for interrupting motions, such as a point of order. So for all other requests to speak, please be sure to use the chat. So only for interrupting motions, please raise your hand. Otherwise, use the chat to communicate directly to Wendy. And let us know what you're requesting to speak on so that you may be recognized. All votes are going to be taken with Option Technology site, as we did for the quorum. And this will allow us to keep the records of how everybody voted and calculate a majority. Some candidates have filed in advance of our meeting and have provided credentials to join us today. So we'll have the opportunity to hear from each of them once nominations have been closed for each race. But for now, we ask that only members contact Wendy with requests to speak, as only members are able to conduct business in this meeting. So we'll need to approve these rules first so that we can begin. So I'd like to recognize our rules chairman, Rhett Bullard. Rhett, if we can locate you.
Just let it all stop. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm having a little technical difficulty. What was I didn't hear.
Yeah. So this is, we're going to approve the rules. And so you're, as the rules chair, you're going to move to approve the rules, correct? Yeah. Yeah.
Correct. I would make a motion that we adopt the rules for our upcoming elections.
Is there a second?
I second, Phil Giorno.
From which county?
Volusia.
Volusia County.
From Volusia County. Yeah, please identify that. So, again, for the record, and Red Bullet is, for the record, is from Hamilton County. So the motion has been moved and seconded to approve the rules and adopt the rules as presented. Any discussion? Any objection? None, seeing none, the rules are adopted as presented. Thank you very much. And the first item of business we'll go to now is to elect the next FDP chair. I will say it has been an honor to serve as your chair for the past 3 years. Again, my thanks to each and every one of you across the state for all you have done and all that we have done together in moving our party forward. And we will continue to move forward to 2022. I look forward to working with the next chair to continue our progress in Florida. Per our rules of procedure, I'll first read the names who submitted a filing form by the December 29th deadline. Afterwards, we'll open nominations from the floor. And once we close the nominations, each candidate for chair will be allowed 3 minutes to speak if they wish to address the body. In alphabetical order, the candidates for chair are Dr. Cynthia Moore Chestnut, Mayor Manny Diaz, and Ione Townsend. Thank you to our nominees for chair. All right, and at this point, we will begin in alphabetical order with the 3-minute presentations, starting with Dr. Cynthia Moore Chestnut. Dr. Chestnut. Okay. Okay.
We open ones from the floor.
What's that?
Not yet.
Not
She
yet.
was letting-
Yeah. Okay.
Did you read the list? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, then it's open names from the floor,
Okay.
but we don't know what
I
she
don't know. Okay.
wants.
She has to. Is there a hand up?
Yes,
Oh,
her
there is
hand
a-
is up, and Alma will need to unmute her and find out what she wants.
Okay. Okay. Are we unmuting? There's a hand raised. A hand has been raised. The Wendy is telling me, and the chair recognizes Alma Gonzalez. For what, Alma? We'll identify you and unmute you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and fellow Democrats.
For what purpose do you, for what purpose do you seek to, to recognize Alma?
This is Alma Gonzalez, a member of the Democratic National Committee from Hillsborough County. And I want to raise 2 points, Madam Chair, one with regard to the rules and one with regard to the order that you're about to proceed on. First, with regard to the rules, I did put my request to speak in the chat box. Unfortunately, I went to Ali instead of Wendy, and so I'll try to work through that a little bit better. With regard to the rules, Madam Chair, I am concerned and have voiced a concern and want to go on the record, having voiced that concern, that the methodology that you are to utilize with regard to reporting the results of the vote will only show us the aggregate of the vote and will not show us on a page-by-page basis the results on an individual member basis. I believe that when I asked the question during the test period, it was indicated to me that subsequent to the meeting, we would be able to request those individual votes. I believe that having that as part of our procedure for today makes that vote tantamount to a secret ballot, which is not allowed under our rules. And I did not have the opportunity to object to that during the rule determination. I would like to just have that recorded at this meeting that I have indicated a concern and an objection in terms of how those votes will be reported. Thank you. My second point has to do with how we're going to proceed.
Okay. I will say it's now recorded, so thank you, Alma.
And Alma,
Thank
if
you.
I can, this is Rachel. The issue is that not that we won't do that. We are going to try our best to get that to you all during the meeting, but we cannot guarantee that. Just as we work with the voting vendor, those reports will take some time. So you guys will absolutely have access to that.
But not during the vote. Thank you, Madam Chair. My concern is that it is not
during the vote.
It is not like we do during our regular in-person meetings where we are aware of who is voting and how they are voting. That's what's considered not being a secret ballot. And I understand, I did raise this question prior to this meeting today. I understand that, you know, we have technical issues with regard to our vendor being able to do that, but that, you know, these are the rules that we have to abide by, and I am concerned about it. And I appreciate you noting my objection to that, Madam Chair. If I may move to my next question, and that is with regard to this procedure, point of order, you were about to allow Dr. Chestnut to speak, and I believe that the correct order is to allow nominations to happen from the floor before those individuals are allowed to speak. And that's my point of order. Thank you.
Yep, that's where we're going.
Thank you. Yes, and thank you for pointing that out. So before Dr. Chestnut speaks, we will call for nominations. Are there any nominations from the floor?
But first,
But-
Senator Cruz does have a question.
Oh, there's a hand raised?
Not a hand raised, but Senator Cruz, if you wouldn't mind, Chair, recognizing her to ask the question.
Yes. Chair recognizes Senator Janet Cruz. And thank you for bearing with us, all of us here in terms of working through the order of everything and identifying these hand raises. It's a little bit different than when we're in person, as everybody knows, but we're all working through the technology as best we can. Senator Janet Cruz.
Everyone, and thank you, Terry. My question is that I've been bumped off of this call 5 times already, and I want to know if we're addressing this issue or if it's my issue. I'm curious as to whether anyone else keeps dropping off this call.
I think there are a few, and I just apologize, Senator, this is Rachel.
There are a few, as I'm kind of watching the waiting room, there are a few folks who are having trouble connecting. I don't believe it's a full issue of the body. We do have over 200 folks in this. We do have a candidate trying to get in as well. So for the time being, there are some tech tips that we can send you to help with your connection.
And we also have the tech support numbers for those who may need help with tech support, and they're listed in the chat box, but I'll read one of them out right now just in case. It's 888-966-1390, 888-966-1390 for anybody who may need some special assistance. So thank you. Are there any other hands raised? No. Okay. John Parker. Chair recognizes John Parker from Duval and the Labor Caucus.
Thank you, Terry. And my question real simply is, I'm trying to use two devices, an iPhone and an iPad. And to get into Zoom, my email link's not working. It's asking me for a meeting passcode. And when I do that,
John, excuse me. Yeah, unfortunately that's out of order. Can you call the tech support and they'll help you deal with that? Okay, so it's 888-966-1390. Okay, so call them and they'll help you deal with that. Thank you. Thank you. So we'll go back to the agenda. Again, the three candidates that have been are Dr. Cynthia Chestnut, Mayor Manny Diaz, Ione Townsend, and Walling. Are there any nominations from the floor? Third time. Are there any nominations from the floor?
And as a reminder, in order to make a nomination, members only, please send a chat to Wendy in order to be recognized.
We'll give everybody a second or two. So you would use the chat to let Wendy know you'd like to speak, if you would like to nominate from the floor.
We have a motion from Rep Alert. You have no nomination.
There are no nominations?
None.
None. Okay. Seeing no more nominations, nominations will now be closed. We will now move to candidate speeches. Each candidate may have a total of 3 minutes to speak, beginning now with Dr. Cynthia Moore Chestnut. And we will find Dr. Chestnut. And Dr. Chestnut, I believe now. Dr. Chestnut, are we able to find you?
She's unmuted on my end, but I know she was having technical difficulties.
Okay, Madam Chair, now, finally.
There you are.
I've had so many problems with technology this morning. So thank you for your patience.
Oh dear, oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yes, thank you. So may I begin?
Yes, you may, and you have 3 minutes. Please do.
Thank you. Today we are at a crossroads. We can elect a chair that looks like the same people we have elected for leadership roles since the beginning of the Florida Democratic Party, or you can be bold and step into the 21st century with a chair who represents the diversity of Florida, a chair who has paid her dues coming up from the grassroots of the party as a precinct captain, vice chair of the party, chair of the Democratic County Chairs Association, and 6 years as chair of the Alachua County Democratic Party. A chair who has sat beside you in the meetings, helping to craft a plan to turn Florida blue. A chair who has the fire in her belly to fight for this party every day because she's committed to electing Democrats precinct by precinct, building a bench of candidates and electing Democrats at every level of government. We can step into the 21st century with a chair who has served in elected office, city commissioner, mayor commissioner, 10 years in the Florida House of Representatives and county commissioner. A chair who has raised money to support a Democratic platform, a chair who has had to stand before voters and earn their respect and vote, a chair who has stood for you, a chair who is a consensus builder, a bridge builder, a unifier. Ecclesiastes' 3rd chapter says, to everything there's a season and a time to every purpose under the heavens. I say to you, as a daughter of Florida and an African-American woman, our time has come to serve at the helm of the Florida Democratic Party. Our time has come. I ask for your vote for Cynthia Moore Chestnut as chair of the Florida Democratic Party. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, thank you, Dr. Chestnut. Thank you so much. Secondly, we recognize Mayor Manny Diaz. Mayor Diaz, you're unmuted, and there you are. Yeah. You have 3 minutes, Mayor Diaz.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your service. Our Florida Democratic Party is at a crossroads. While Democrats all over the nation make gains, we continue to lose ground. We continue to lose elections. And more importantly, when we lose, all Floridians suffer, but especially the poor and working people, our Black, Hispanic, Asian, and LGBTQ communities, and our environment suffers. We cannot afford to fail them. Many ills have come upon us during the last few decades. They won't go away in days, months, or even years, but they will go away. I do not believe in a fate that will fall upon us no matter what we do. I believe in a fate that will fall on us if we do nothing. I am running because Dr. King taught us years ago that our lives begin to end the day we become silent about the things that matter. Electing Florida Democrats matters. Socrates taught us that the secret of change is to focus all of our energy, not on fighting the old, but on building the new. Now we must look past what divides us and build on what unites us. Today and in the years to come, the eyes of many in this country will be upon us. Let us show them that we will do everything to turn Florida blue. Let us show them that we are proud to be a part of this vibrant party. This is the future I need you to help me build, the legacy we must leave for future generations. After the attack on our Capitol this week, Congressional Chaplain Barry Black offered our nation a prayer. Use us, he said, to bring healing and unity to our hurting and divided nation and world. In that spirit, let us be the ones who bring healing and unity. Let us be what we have always been. Let us be a Florida Democratic Party that speaks for the voiceless, fights for the oppressed, and will ensure that America remains the shining beacon of hope and democracy for the entire world. And as a proud and hopeful Florida Democrat named Manny Diaz, I ask for your vote to serve as your next chair to create a legacy of one party with one future. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And for our third candidate, we go to Chairwoman Ione Townsend.
Hello, everyone. I am so
There you
proud.
are. Okay.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
But I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
There
Hello,
you are.
everyone.
There you are.
I'm so proud. There must be a delay here. May I start
Oh.
now, Chair?
Yes, please. Do you have two things open perhaps?
No, I do not. Hello, everyone. I'm very proud to be in a Zoom full of Democrats who are engaging in the democratic and sacred process of voting. First, I would like to thank you, Terry Rizzo, for not only your service, but your friendship over these last years. I got into this race because I wanted to reform our party into a completely transparent organization and to end the weighted vote. I am the only candidate on record who has actually voted to end the weighted vote. I am confident that my record of success in Hillsborough will translate to the state level, and I will bring back winning campaigns, grassroots enthusiasm, and a donor base consistent with our values. As a party chair, I have been guided by a 10-year strategic plan. I charted a course for our failing party in a county that was controlled by Republicans and turned it into a reliably, deeply blue county controlled by Democrats. I did that with transparency, a fierce determination, and competence. I have deep respect for the people that I work with, and together we have increased our party membership by over 350%, giving voice to those who had been uninvolved in the past or who had been left out by previous administrations. My record demonstrates inclusion within our party, and most especially diversity in our candidates that we field and that we elect. Because of my record and results that I have produced, I am honored to be endorsed by many people. But to name a few, statewide and local labor unions, the Miami-Dade Young Democrats, Muslims for Democracy and Fairness, precinct committeemen, state committee men and women from all over the state, and various progressive groups around the states. So you know me. You know my record of success, election cycle after election cycle, in an environment where the state party has failed. You know my dedication to this party. You know that I am a leader that leads by example. You know I have fundraising skills. I also hope you know me well enough to know that I've not made any backroom deals in my campaign. And I've never donated to a Republican or supported a Republican. I am committed to turning our party into a voter turnout machine in all 67 counties. I present myself to you as a well-rounded, competent, inclusive, and determined manager who delivers success in a transparent manner. A lifelong
Time is
Democrat
about to be up.
who puts party over notoriety, self-interest, or title. No other candidate.
Time is up. Time is up. Sorry. That's sorry. So, thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you. And thank you to all of our wonderful candidates. We will now open the voting. So we will proceed to the voting. Again, your three candidates are Dr. Cynthia Moore Chestnut, Mayor Manny Diaz, and Ione Townsend. I'm going to thank them all. Everybody proceed to the voting. Make sure you keep your Zoom window open while you switch over to your voting. And once Option Technologies team has the poll open, we will have 2 minutes for members to cast their votes. If no majority is earned on the first round, we'll prepare another ballot, dropping the lowest earning candidate. So again, open the voting. Make sure you keep your Zoom window open while you switch over to the voting, and then you vote.
Thank you, Chair. Members, voting is now open on election of the chair in your V-voter slides.
Oh dear, where is it? Where is it? I can't find my voting. Oh, that's me. Oh, I think it's me.
Members, will leave the poll open 30 more seconds for final votes.
So what are we? Okay. Is that a point? Yeah. We're okay. So we have. I can hear you right now. How many more seconds? It's close. Oh, okay. I can't see it. Okay. Thank you. Okay. The voting is closed. I can't see it, but I am told that oh, here it is. Okay, thank you. Results are Mayor Manny Diaz has 54.4%. Ione Townsend has 29.9%. And Dr. Cynthia Chestnut is 16.7%. Thank you very, very much. Mayor Diaz, congratulations, Chair. As you all know, the chair's office, chair takes office immediately. So I will hand over the reins to our new leader, Chair Manny Diaz. And before, while Mayor Diaz is coming forward, I would just again like to say it's been the pleasure of a lifetime to be the chair. And Chair Diaz, the floor is yours.
And Madam Chair, I want to thank you again for your public service on behalf of Democrats, and look forward to working with you in the years to come. Let me start by saying that I want to thank all of you. I am honored and humbled by your support. I want to start by thanking my fellow Democrats who also stepped forward to serve: Cynthia, Ione, Janelle, Nikki, and Wes. All of you have shown your passion for this work, and I look forward to fighting alongside each of you in the battles to come. I'd like to thank my team of volunteers, led by my campaign manager, Marcus Dixon, and everyone who supported this effort. I have especially appreciated the time that many of you have taken to share your concerns and your ideas for the future. And particularly, I'd like to thank one of the first people I spoke to when I launched my campaign, and that's Judy Mount, and I appreciate all the wisdom, advice, and encouragement that you've given me through this time. And now, fellow Democrats, the real work begins. This will not be easy, but I pledge to all of you listening that from this moment forward, I will spend every day of these next 4 years working tirelessly together with all of you to focus on our greatest and most important priority: to elect Democrats to office up and down our state and improve the lives of all Floridians. So now let's get on with the business at hand.
Excuse me, Chair. This is Wendy Williams. We have a point of order from Ryler Calabrese, and our parliamentarian is here to assist if you would like to recognize Ryler.
Sure, of course. You're recognized.
I'd like to call for a division of the House on the first vote, please. I move for a division of the House.
Parliamentarian?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
the member has sought a division of the House. I would recommend to the chair that that is an inappropriate, out of order motion at this point. You have just had a roll call vote for all practical purposes. You have had a ballot vote that identifies each member. An appropriate division of the House motion would come after a voice vote to seek a confirmation on the outcome of the voice vote. This has been a counted vote, and that motion is inappropriate at this time. That's my recommendation, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I was so ruled out of order. So next we proceed to elect the first vice chair. I will first read those names who submitted a filing form by the December 29th deadline, as per our bylaws. Only candidates who are of a different gender than myself will be added to the ballot, and voting will be one per person. After reading the filed candidates, we will open nominations from the floor. Once we close them, each candidate for first vice chair will be allowed 1 minute to speak if they wish to address the body. In alphabetical order, our candidates for first vice chair are Judy Mount. We will now open nominations from the floor. Only state committee members may make nominations, and I remind you that in order to make a nomination, please use the chat to let Wendy know you'd like to be recognized. As a reminder, no nominating remarks are provided, so please state your name and county and the name of your nominee only. Nominations are now open.
Chair, it looks like we have a point of order or a raised hand from Michael Bonacolta.
Okay, you're recognized.
He's now lowered his hand and indicated in the chat a nomination. So we will go to the first person who would like to make a nomination, which is Michael Caldron of the Progressive Caucus.
Okay, Michael. Is there a nomination?
1 second while we unmute Michael.
Okay.
Thank you. I see I'm unmuted. There is one candidate I would like to nominate, Dr. Cynthia Chestnut.
Madam Parliamentarian, does that require a second?
Mr. Chairman, no seconds are necessary.
Okay. Okay, nomination is accepted. Any other nominations?
Deborah Walker is next.
Deborah?
Hi, this is Deborah Walker. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
From Monroe County, I would like to nominate Ione Townsend for vice chair.
Okay. Are there any other nominations?
We see no other nominations.
Thank you. And see no more nominations? Now, nominations? Yes?
We do have a comment from Ione Townsend. One moment.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Diaz, Chair Diaz. First of all, congratulations on your win. I tried to be recognized to congratulate you publicly, but was not. So now I am doing that. And I pledge to help you in any way that we can. Hillsborough will be behind you 100%.
Thank you. I look forward to that.
So, Ms. Walker, I appreciate that nomination. It sort of surprised me when it came, and I appreciate your support. But I'm going to pass on that. I just think there needs to be a little bit more diversity. So thank you.
Thank you, Ione. So are there any other nominations? Okay, seeing none, we will now close the nominations and begin the candidate speeches. Each candidate may have 1 minute to speak. I assume we're going to follow alphabetical order like we did in the chair's race. And therefore, Dr. Chestnut, you would go first.
She can move to reopen. Just tell her that if that's what she, let's tell her.
Dr. Chestnut, Cynthia.
She's calling the other one.
She has some technical issues and is trying to call back in.
Okay.
Chair, we are getting some requests to go ahead and go to the second candidate to speak if you would like to do that, or we can hold for Cynthia, who is trying to connect.
I think we should get Cynthia a couple of minutes to try to connect.
To Judy. Okay,
We also have a motion from Melissa Protomastro, if you'd like to hear that.
A motion on what?
A motion, I believe it is a motion to reopen nominations.
Mr. Chairman,
I believe we closed.
the member certainly has the right to reopen nominations. That if there is an objection to reopening nominations, it requires a simple majority vote. So if there is no objection to reopening nominations for this office, then perhaps the member should be recognized to make her nomination. That it's your call. Without objection, you can go right back and accept. We see someone is objecting. So it would require a vote, a majority vote, to reopen the nominations.
Okay. Let's take that vote.
Let's take the vote.
So we just need to set up and take the vote. Mr. Chairman, we have the individual who wished to reopen nominations wished to nominate Nikki Barnes. That member cannot see that Ms. Barnes has already indicated she does not wish to be nominated. So with that information, does the member withdraw the request to reopen nominations? It has now been withdrawn, Mr. Chairman, so we can proceed to the speeches of the candidates.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Cynthia, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, I can. You have been nominated from the floor for vice chair, and you have 1 minute.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations to you. I have been muted the whole time, so I apologize.
Thank you.
That was the delay. First, I would like to thank Michael Calderon for the nomination, and I would be most pleased to work with the Florida Democratic Party to re-energize, reclaim, and recruit Democrats, and work with the chair to achieve that goal. Thank you very much for your support, and let's turn Florida blue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Cynthia. Judy Mount.
Hello?
We can hear
Are
you,
you
Judy.
there? Can you hear
Yes.
me? Okay, hold on a second. Okay, there you go. Hello, Florida Democrats, and thank you for allowing me to run for re-election as your vice chair for the Florida Democratic Party. Please remember, I am the only person that has been vice chair, worked the hell out of that position, and I managed the whole time doing that. I'm also the only person that has served as chair. So with that being said, and all of my qualifications and my dedication to the Florida Democratic Party, I ask for your vote and your support so we can continue on with the journey and we can do what? Make Florida blue and work for you.
Thank you, Judy, and thank you to our wonderful candidates. We will now open the voting. Make sure you keep your Zoom window open while you switch over to your voting. And once the Option Technologies team has the poll open, we will have 2 minutes for the membership to cast their votes. If no majority, well, is there on the first round? We'll prepare another ballot, dropping the lower end and earning candidate. But I assume we only have 2, so the winner, we'll know the winner after the first vote. So that's it, and go vote.
Thank you, Chair. The polling is now open in the vVoter website, members.
Oh, where do I vote?
Thank you, members. 10 more seconds and we'll have the voting team close the poll. Mr. Chair, the polling for first vice chair is now closed.
Okay, and we have Cynthia Chestnut with 37.1% of the vote. And we have Judy Mount with 62.9% of the vote. Congratulations, Judy. Look forward to working with you. Look forward to being partners in this great effort that we're about to undertake.
Thank you. Oh, that's what you did. Thank you. Thank you, Manny. Thank you so much. And I really do look forward to working with you as well. And I think we are what Florida needs at this particular moment. And we go forward and we make the change that is needed. And I think I just want to thank everybody that voted for me, because truly I can say that I have dedicated my 18 years to you, the Florida Democratic Party. And thank you for showing me that you have seen the work that I have done.
Thank you, Judy. So now we will elect our secretary. We'll first read those names who submitted a filing form by the December 29th deadline. Afterwards, we will open nominations from the floor. And once we close them, each candidate for secretary will be allowed 1 minute to speak if they wish to address the body. In alphabetical order, our candidates for secretary are Casmore Shaw. Only state committee members may make nominations, and I remind you that in order to make a nomination, please use the chat to let Wendy know you'd like to be recognized. As a reminder, no nominating remarks are provided, so please state your name and county and the name of your nominee only. Nominations are now open.
Chair, we have a nomination from Senator Annette Taddeo.
Senator Taddeo, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am proud to nominate Juan Cuba for FDP Secretary. And did you just say no comments?
Yes. You just, yes, I did. No nominating remarks are provided. The nominees will have a minute to speak and state their case. So we have Juan Cuba nominated by Senator Taddeo. Are there any other nominations? Seeing no more nominations, nominations will now be closed. And we can start with candidate speeches. And if we're still continuing, Madam Parliamentarian, I suppose, in alphabetical order, I assume that Juan Cuba will go first.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, we are finding Mr. Kuba.
Okay.
Annette will get to speak for him because he's not.
Okay. I stand corrected. Mr. Kuba is not a member of this meeting, so the senator who nominated him will have the opportunity to speak on his behalf. Then Mr. Shaw.
Okay. Senator?
Thank you. I'm proud to nominate Juan Cuba for FDP Secretary. He's running to provide transparency and accountability at the FDP. And like myself, he's been a longtime proponent of reforming the weighted vote. Juan is a doer, a problem solver, and a smart strategist. When he was chair of our county, we picked up 2 congressional seats, 3 legislative districts, and a majority on our county commission. He understands that we must do more than just mobilize voters. We must show up every day on important issues. After our mayor, who now is a congressman, partnered with ICE, he's a Republican, Juan joined in with immigrant rights groups to confront our county leadership. After Parkland, he organized our community and our young people for common sense gun reforms. If you know Juan, you know that he's ready to roll up his sleeves and get things done. We need more young leaders like him in our party. Please vote Juan Cuba for secretary.
Thank you, Senator. Casmore.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Democrats. My name is Casmore Shaw, and I have served the Florida Democratic Party as its secretary for the past 4 years. I am dedicated to the process, reasonable, fair, and frank. I want to also thank Ms. Senator Tadeo for bringing ageism in this process. But at the best, I wish to continue doing the fantastic job working with all our Democrats to make Florida blue again. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentations. Now we will open the voting. Again, make sure you keep your Zoom window open while you switch over to your voting. Once the Option Technologies team has the poll open, we'll have 2 minutes for members to cast their votes. Now we can begin our voting.
Yes, members, the poll is now open on the election of the FDP secretary. Members, 10 more seconds for voting.
Where's Where's the vote thing? Seriously, no, get Marcus. There's, is the voting now closed?
Yes, Chair, the voting is now closed.
Okay, and the results of the vote are Juan Cuba, 46.5%, Casmore Shaw, 53.5%. Congratulations, Casmore. Next, we will elect our treasurer. We'll read those names who submitted a filing form by the deadline of December 29th, as per our bylaws. Only candidates who are of a different gender than our new secretary will be added to the ballot. After reading the candidates, we will open nominations from the floor. Once we close them, each candidate for treasurer will be allowed 1 minute to speak if they wish to address the body. In alphabetical order, our candidates for treasurer are Francine Garcia. Only state committee members may make nominations, and I remind you that in order to make a nomination, please use the chat to let Wendy know who you would like to be recognized. As a reminder, no nominating remarks are provided, so please state your name and county and the name of your nominee only. Nominations are now open. Are there any other nominations? Okay, seeing or hearing no more nominations, nominations will now be closed. And
Mr. Chairman, we have a point of order.
okay, let's hear it.
This is
Hello?
Thank you for unmuting me. I appreciate that. Yes, can we make sure when we are having these votings, we have an abstain? I wanted to be recognized for abstaining on the last vote, but I was not because it was not there. Can we add an abstain when we are putting these votes up here, please?
Madam Parliamentarian?
Mr. Chairman, Robert basically doesn't really recognize abstentions. That is generally a matter of state law. What Robert does say about them is that the abstention assists the prevailing side. And by not voting at all, the member will be recorded as not having voted at all. And he can see that that is in essence an abstention.
Okay. Another question, since we have no other nomination, do we need to take a vote or do we just declare Francine Garcia treasurer?
I would do that. I would ask if there is any objection because you actually have requirements for a ballot vote.
Okay. Are there any objections to not have the need to take a vote and simply declare Francine Garcia the treasurer? Hearing no objections, Francine Garcia, congratulations. Now, election of Democratic National Committee members. And now that we have elected our state officers, we must now elect our 11 DNC members. I will first read those names who submitted a filing form by the December 29 deadline. Afterwards, we will open nominations from the floor. And once we close them, Each candidate for DNC member will be allowed 1 minute to speak if they wish to address the body. In alphabetical order, our candidates for DNC member are Joe Adams, Nadia Ahmad, Carolina Ampudia, Willie Anderson, Elizabeth Atlee Hall, Patty Ball Thomas, Nikki Barnes, Michael Bonacolta, Michael Calderon, Grace Carrington, Megan Carter, Ella Coffey, Maria Cole, Joyce Cusack, Andrew Darling, Ben Diamond, Marcus Dixon, Faisal Dakour, Patricia Farley Crutcher, Eunice Garbett, Francine Garcia, Hazel Gillis, Philip Giorno, Margaret Good, Daniel Herring, Samantha Hope Herring, Ricky Junquera, Thomas Kennedy, Hillary Keys, Vanessa Lester, Sandra McClinton, Judy Mount, Kevin Parker, Stacy Patel, Sanjay Patel, Bobby Poole, Cesar Ramirez, Terry Rizzo, Casmore Shaw, Sean Shaw, Evans Smith, Nicole Zosa, Marcy Stefan, Cameron Stemple, Ione Townsend, Andrea Trainer, Sean W. Kinsey, Dakin Weekly, Karen Weltzler, Marion Williams, and Lori Woodward. Only state committee members may make nominations, and I remind you that in order to make a nomination, please use the chat to let Wendy know you'd like to be recognized. As a reminder, no nominating remarks are provided, so please state your name and county and the name of your nominee only. If a member nominates someone who is not present in the meeting, that member may provide remarks on behalf of that candidate when we move on to candidate speeches. So I will open the floor for any additional nominations. Okay, seeing no more nominations, nominations will now be closed. Each candidate will...
Mr. Chairman, we do have nominations.
Oh,
we just
okay.
have to start unmuting them.
Got it.
I have nominations. Tadeo is the highest one. Thank. Who is it first?
Chair Annette Tadeo has a nomination. 1 second, Annette, and we'll get you unmuted.
Thank you. I'm Annette Tadeo, committee woman for Miami-Dade County. I would like to nominate Steve Simonides for DNC. And I would like to nominate Natasha Otero Santiago for DNC.
Thank you. If I could ask Senator today if you could chat me their gender identity so I can include that in the ballot as well, I would appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any other nominations?
Next to be recognized is Maria Cole. 1 second, Maria, while we get you unmuted.
Brianna Cartwright of Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I would like to nominate Brianna Cartwright of Miami-Dade County for the DNC.
Thank you, Maria. Could you please send me a chat as well with the proper spelling and gender identity?
Is this Wendy?
This is Rachel. I apologize.
Okay, I sent it to Wendy. Okay.
Thank you, Maria. Are there any other nominations?
Yes, Chair. First, we have some questions regarding Judy Mount, who has been elected as Vice Chair and therefore is an automatic DNC member and will be removed from the ballot.
Okay.
Also, next to be recognized is Ryler Calabrese, who has a nomination. 1 second, Ryler, while we get you unmuted.
Hi, Ryler Calabrese from Leon County. I would like to nominate Rachel Gilmer from Dream Defenders for a DNC seat, please. She identifies as female.
Thank you, Ryler.
Wendy, if we could stop for just 1 minute, I'm going to come catch up with you really quickly. Okay, thank you all as I caught up with those 4 nominations we first had. I'll turn it back over to Wendy.
The next to be recognized is Sandra Smith. 1 second, Sandra. Sandra, you are unmuted.
Yes, I would like to nominate Florence Shelton Clark from Manatee County.
Alma Gonzalez would like to make a nomination. 1 moment, Alma.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's my privilege and honor to nominate Attorney and Right Reverend James T. Golden from Manatee County for DNC. I may be recorded as DNC member from Hillsborough County. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Alma.
And we're checking the chat to see if there are other nominations. Okay, Judy Mount, 1 moment. Miss Judy, you are unmuted.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to nominate 2 very hardworking Democrats, Alan Clendenin, identified as male.
Isn't he?
And Vivian Rodriguez, identifying as a female.
Rick Gable is the next to be recognized. Rick, you are unmuted.
Thank you, Wendy. I would like to nominate former State Representative Alan Williams from Leon County.
And Nikki Barnes is the next to be recognized. Nikki, you are unmuted.
Thank you. Rick just did mine, so we're good.
Okay, you don't, if there's. She doesn't get recognized.
Okay. Karen Green is the next to be recognized.
My nominee has already been nominated from the floor. It was for Vivian Rodriguez.
Ruth's been recognized as well. So skip her until.
We see that Phil Giornio would like to be recognized to speak. I'm not clear if this is a nomination. So Phil, if you have a nomination, you may unmute. Do we have
No, I'm just going to speak.
No, Kevin Parker. Alan was nominated from the floor.
The next to be recognized is Ken Evans. One moment, Ken, while we get you unmuted.
Let me go back to Sam. Yeah, where is it?
There.
Okay.
Ken, you are unmuted.
Thank you, but I don't need to do it now. It was already done. Thank you.
We have Alan Milligan, right? Rhett Bullard has a nomination. We may already have this one. Rhett, you can unmute.
Yes, my nomination was for Alan Williams, former state representative from Leon County, but he was nominated by Rick Gable from Jackson County and Nikki Barnes by Wakulla County.
Okay, next to be recognized is Representative Joseph Geller.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. I would like to nominate Dr. Cynthia Moore Chestnut for DNC.
Next to be recognized is Carrie Lerner. One moment, Carrie.
Hi, I would like to nominate Dr. Janelle Christensen, the president of the Florida State Environmental Caucus, and instrumental in recruiting candidates across the state for all but one open seat. Thank you.
Okay, I believe we had a few folks who we had already gone to, and it looks like they made a second request to make nominations. If you still have a nomination to make that has not already been made, if you can please indicate that in the chat.
Yeah, we just need to find out what they want.
We have a couple hands raised also. If you could please indicate in the chat to myself, Wendy Williams, what it is that you would like to speak on so that we can recognize you in the proper parliamentary order. And Chair, it looks like John Ramos would like to make a nomination.
Sean Shaw.
I'm sorry, John Ramos would like to know. Okay, yes, go ahead. Sorry. John, can you repeat your nomination?
Sure. Sean Shaw.
Thank you.
Okay, now we know what sheet.
We don't appear to have any new nominations.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Gonzalez has indicated she has a request for information. If you would recognize her, we need the other people with raised hands to tell us what their purpose is in raising their hand.
Okay.
Chair Diaz, we're just waiting on clarification if you would like to recognize Alma Gonzalez with a point of information.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I had been muted. Yes, I recognize Alma. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a very brief point of information. During the time that we tested the voting system, we were, and prior to that, as part of our materials, we were distributed a series of numbers for each candidate. There have been a number of nominations made today from the floor, and I rise to inquire about how those will be numbered. Will they appear in alphabetical order? Will they come at the end? It would be very helpful to me to understand how those names will be added to the ballot. Thank you, sir.
Chair, this is Rachel, and I can try to answer if you don't mind.
Thank you, Rachel.
Sure. So thank you, Alma, for this question. As the nominations are coming in from the floor, we are adding those, and the numbers will be added. Candidate numbers for the nominations from the floor will be sequential, following where the pre-nominated candidates are. I am going to work on alphabetizing this list for you as soon as we finalize this as our nominees. And I'll just need a couple minutes to get that final alphabetized list to the chair so that he can help recognize speakers. And I'm also going to have to take a moment to print that for Wendy as well so she can assist the chair and recognizes those speakers. During the speeches, I'll work on getting that updated key to all of you in your member packet if you'd like to see it on your own computer. And I will also share that on the screen in the Zoom so you all can see it as well.
Thank you. Were there other points of information? Okay.
There are still some folks seeking to nominate, Mr. Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were done with nominations. Okay. Go ahead.
We have John Parker would like to be recognized. One moment, I'll unmute John.
I'm sorry, I didn't unmute. I want to nominate Karen Green as DNC member. Great resource.
Thank you, John.
We do have additional hands raised, but I'm not sure that we've seen in the chat what folks are looking to do. Jeff Wilkinson, it looks like, has a point of information.
Okay. Jeff, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I see Christina Renteria in the documents we received as one of the candidates for DNC, but her name was not called when you listed, when you called out all the names. So I'm wondering, has her name been removed or was this just overlooked?
Chair, I can answer that as well if you don't mind.
Sure, please.
This is Rachel. I spoke with Christina this morning and she had informed me that she did not want to be considered for DNC member. So she is no longer on that list.
Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you.
Well, the rest of it
I haven't seen anything, but 2 are senators. So we have some additional raised hands and we're not sure what those are for. If you would like to recognize them, we can. It's Wes Hodge, Senator Farmer, and Senator Gibson.
Absolutely.
Wes, you are unmuted.
Yeah, I had sent it in the chat. My question was making sure that the DNC members that already got bids were removed from the ballot, and it's been answered.
Yes.
Thank you.
Senator Gibson, Senator Farmer.
I'm sorry, Senator Farmer, I have unmuted you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, and congratulations, Chair. It's great to see you at the helm.
Thank you, Senator.
I have 2 questions. First, by virtue of his election to office, is Casmore Shaw automatically on DNC, or do we still have to vote for him if we want to include him in DNC?
He is not automatically on the DNC. The automatics are the chair and the vice chair of the opposite sex.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian, for that clarification. I appreciate it. And my second question is, with all the new nominees, would it be possible if we had an updated list sent out, or will that just be on the vote list? And if it's just on the vote list, I'm not sure if if it's limited to 2 minutes again, might need a little bit more time because we've got so many new names.
Absolutely. We will share the list as soon as we're able to close nominations and finalize it. And we'll also give as much time as we need to make sure folks are following along.
Thanks very much. I know it's a fluid process and you guys are processing a lot right now. So thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you.
That's all I had.
We do have information that Karen Green is not going to run for the DNC position. And then we had a raised hand from Senator Gibson.
Senator Gibson, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and congratulations.
Thank you.
I put my question in the chat to Wendy. Who should I chat to? I'm trying to get the name of one of the nominees, that's why.
Okay.
Because I need to recognize, see if on the list, I just wanted that name. So does Wendy have the answer?
If you're looking for a name on the list, this is Rachel Berger. I'm actually working on that as Wendy is hoping to recognize members. So if you don't mind chatting me, I should be able to get you an answer for that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
How much time are we allowing for the vote on DNC, on the selection of DNC members?
Our general time frame for each poll is 2 minutes. So we can do this a number of ways. If you'd like, Chair, members will be asked to make 11 entries. So we can give them 2 minutes to make each entry, or kind of monitor the flow and make sure folks are, monitor how many submissions have been made and move on as we see fit.
I think in the interest of fairness, since we started out with a long list to begin with, and we've added quite a few additional names, I think it would seem to me that we should give folks more time than that, perhaps even 5 minutes to go through the list.
Absolutely.
And when will the list be available to everyone?
Well, as soon as we can close nominations, I will be able to make a few edits here. I will alphabetize the list and get that to you. And again, I'll just need a moment to print it to Wendy.
Okay.
And once I can do that, I'll format it and get it in the member packets. We're looking at just about 3 minutes if folks will give me that window.
Okay. So in other words, we'll wrap up the nominations, and then 3-4 minutes later, everybody will have the revised list.
And I do have a motion to close nominations.
Great. I recognize that motion. Is there a second? And do we have to vote on that, or is there any objection, shall we say?
And remember, if you do want a second or you have objection, please chat Wendy, because that is who you're going to want to talk to.
Okay. Is there any objection?
We just to clarify for the minutes, we had the motion from Dr. Willie Anderson to close the floor for nominations. And sorry, we're getting lots of chats in now. Lydia Hudson seconded that.
Okay.
So is there any objection?
Hearing none, nominations are closed.
Yeah, that's a fair motion.
Okay, the next we have a motion from Alma Gonzalez.
What is the motion?
She wishes to extend the time for voting.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing me. The rules that we adopted indicate, as you so well put earlier, that the time frame for speeches would be, and excuse me, for voting would be limited. And so to your very good point, I would like to make it official that we extend the time for voting for DNC members. I like your suggestion, Rachel, that it be 2 minutes per each. So that would take us to about 22 minutes, leaving the polls open for folks to cast their ballots for DNC members.
Mr. Chairman, what the member just articulated is a reasonable read of what the rules already say. And with your permission, I would suggest you ruling that the rules already provide for what Ms. Gonzalez just said, that as to each time they are voting, the 11 times, they get 2 minutes to vote each of those 11 times.
Well, that may be. I'm more worried about the initial vote than the subsequent votes, because I don't know how folks were taking notes, but there's a lot of names, and it just seemed to me that I don't see the downside at least in the first vote, where people are familiarizing themselves with not just the lengthy list they started with, but the significant number that was added to it. I don't, you can do it. Can we do it with a lengthier period the first time, and then go to the 2 minute for 2 minutes for subsequent votes?
Certainly, Mr. Chair, you can. That is an amendment to the rules we've already adopted and should require a 2/3 vote unless there is no objection to a specific suggestion, such as using 3 minutes for each position, each of the 11 positions on the first ballot.
Okay, I'll tell you what, let's leave it status quo. Sarah, how are you coming along with the list?
So Wendy has been provided a printed list. If we're ready to begin recognize candidates for their speeches, Madam Parliamentarian, if you could help time that, and Wendy, if you are able to assist the chair recognizing speakers, I think we're ready to begin, and I will work on the list for members to review as we go through the speeches.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, sorry for the interruption. Prior to proceeding then, would you clarify what the time frame will be for voting on the first ballot and then any subsequent ballots? And I'll take my seat at this point. Thank you.
Okay, I've been told that the pre-approved rules provided for 2 minutes for each, I think, as you suggested, for each and every vote that we take, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with the status quo.
Thank you.
Can you tell us what it is?
And just a reminder for folks, it looks like we have 2 hands raised and an indication that somebody would like a motion. If you could please indicate in the chat specifically what you would like to do so that we can identify the proper parliamentary procedure to recognize you. So we have hands raised from Representative Joseph Geller.
This is a great idea.
And
for
Senator
the
Janet
subsequent
Cruz.
ballots in case we need them. Thank you.
And Wes has indicated he would like to make a motion to suspend the rules.
Does that take priority?
Mr. Chair, you have already ruled what you think is a reasonable time, which is what Mr. Hodges was requesting.
Okay.
So it's duplicative of what has already happened.
Okay. And Senator Cruz and Representative Geller also had comments or questions?
Yeah, Senator Cruz has withdrawn and lowered her hand. Representative Geller still has. Okay, so he's requesting 15 minutes on the first ballot, subject to an extension.
15 minutes of presentations or 15 minutes of the vote? 15 minutes for what exactly?
Mr. Chairman, your ruling would already give 22 minutes on the first ballot.
Okay.
Okay, so if we are ready to proceed with candidate speeches, our first candidate is candidate number 101, Joe Adams. Give me 1 second to unmute Joe.
Thank you, Wendy. Good afternoon. I've been involved in the Citrus County DEC for many years and have been the state committee man since 2012. I've been the Small County Coalition Region 4 director since 2014. This year will mark my 37-year anniversary in the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. During my union career, I held numerous leadership positions in the IBEW, including business manager representing 2,000 employees of Duke Energy. I retired 2 years ago. Being from a small red county, I am part of a great team where we increased our fundraising efforts by 30% in 2020 over 2016. In Region 4, we were able to increase votes by nearly 24% for Joe Biden in 2020 over Hillary Clinton in 2016. I will assist other counties to achieve similar results. In order to have a 67 county strategy, we need to have DECs in all of those counties. I will work diligently to get the remaining small counties a charter DEC Every new DEC can expect voter turnout to increase by 5%. With your vote, I will be a voice for labor in small counties at the state and national level. I'll bring leadership, experience, and strength as I represent all of Florida. Thank you for your consideration.
The next candidate is candidate 102, Nadia Ahmed. Nadia, you are unmuted.
Thank you, Wendy and Chair Diaz. My name is Nadia Ahmed, and it is an honor to be running for DNC Committeewoman, and I want to ensure a path to victory in 2022. As a law professor, I recognize the importance of taking ownership of our democracy. Through the coalitions I have founded, Muslim Delegates and Allies and Immigrants for Biden, I recruited over 7,000 volunteers and worked to flip 3 counties blue in Florida: Seminole, Pinellas, and Duval, and worked to guarantee victory in the Georgia special elections through phone banking, relational organizing, and postcard writing. I have experience with budget, operations management, and fundraising by serving on boards of the American Bar Association, the Florida Bar, and various associations for the past 15 years. No other country than America would I have the freedom to exist, to study, to teach, and drive change in my community. My parents met and married in Orlando, and they came from 2 nations that were always on the brink of war. But here in America, they built family, love, and community. And I ask for your vote to turn Florida blue once and for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Candidate 103, Carolina Ampudia, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing names. Carolina, you are unmuted.
Hi, everybody. My name is Carolina Ampudia, and I hope to represent you at the DNC. I'm a physician turned organizer and labor leader. I'm in the board of the Progressive Caucus, president of the local PDA. I am in the legislative committee in Broward DEC, and I'm also a DSA member. I'm proud that my work in SEIU helped increase the minimum wage. In Broward, 72% voted for it, telling us that people will vote for fundamental democratic issues. Let me be clear. If you elect me, you're voting for reform. Joining some other leaders here today and others outside Florida, our party needs more transparency, updating bylaws to make them more inclusive and understandable. No more conceding power to consultants, eliminating big money from politics, widening the base and increasing participation, making the party about continuous service and not just about votes on the last minute. Keeping elected officials accountable. Policies do matter and change lives. Please vote for me and I will fight for us.
Apologies. Our next candidate is 104, Willie Anderson.
Good afternoon to this august body of ecclesiastical members. My name is Dr. Willie Anderson from Taylor County. I am one of the founding fathers of the Taylor County DEC, as well as a past candidate for U.S. Congress, CD2. I am asking you to vote for me because it's time for us to have some fresh blood at the table who is not afraid to cry loud and spare not. It is time for us, all shades of blue, to come together and unify all over the state, all over the United States, together as one. I'm not going to take too much time. Just remember 104 when you're putting your vote in, number 104, Dr. Willie Anderson.
Our next candidate is 105, Elizabeth Atlee Hall.
Thank you for this opportunity. Hello, my name is Elizabeth Atlee Hall, lifelong resident of the state of Florida, born and raised in Hillsborough County. Currently, with my husband and 3 children, I live in Volusia County over the past 15 years. Throughout my career as a social worker, fighting for the rights of children, I always wondered why the bottom line was money, and why did we need to privatize everything, placing profits above the needs of humanity. My passion for social justice led me to learn how the system works and how it doesn't work for the most marginalized in our society. My mission in life and why I'm here today is to do everything possible to assure that all children will have a clean planet to live on and to protect the interests of all people over profits, especially populations who are ignored. In placing democratic values first, I hope you will support my pursuit of justice for all and providing a voice for Volusia County by voting for me to join the DEC. Thank you so much.
Our next candidate is 106, Patty Ball Thomas.
Good afternoon, my fellow Democrats. It's an honor to be able to speak to you this afternoon. I am interested in serving you as a member of the DNC. I have been very active in the Democratic Party for as long as I can remember, from the very first time that I registered to vote. So I am a true blue Democrat. I've served in a number of various capacities at the local and state levels in the Capital City Democratic Women's Club. I've served as the president, the legislative liaison, the parliamentarian. Currently, I serve as the vice chair of the Leon County Democratic Executive Committee, and I have been very active with the Democratic Women's Club of Florida, serving as parliamentarian on the Bylaws Committee, the Grievance Committee, Diversity and Inclusion and Equity Committee, serving chair for that committee, Nominating Committee, Candidate Training Committee, Convention Presenter, and on the Convention Committee, and also serving as Tally Days Committee co-chair.
Thank you, Patty. Your time expired. Our next speaker is Nikki Barnes, candidate 107.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted. I'll keep it short and sweet. Good afternoon now, everyone. I am Nikki Barnes. I'm running for re-election to the Democratic National Committee. I have served on the committee on the National Black Caucus as well as the National Rural Council. We know that our victory in Florida goes through Black voters and through rural voters. And for that, I ask for your vote today to re-elect me to continue this work. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next candidate is 108, Michael Bonacolta. Again, I apologize if I'm mispronouncing names.
Thank you. I'm running for DNC because I believe that there should be a representative from Southwest Florida on the DNC. I'm a public school teacher, the youngest elected official in Lee County, and in 2018, I was a farm team candidate for the Florida AFL-CIO. Politically, I'm a progressive, and I do believe in a big tent party, but I think that means both the moderates and the left of our party. I am a proud member of the LGBT community, and I support an advocacy for civil rights for all people, and that includes the economic rights for all people. I believe that there are two issues that are vital to our country right now, and that is the end of poverty, which I believe to be the root cause of many of our issues in this country, as well as not only stating that we support Black Lives Matter, but acting on our advocacy of Black Lives Matter and supporting it through our actions. And that means standing up to police brutality. So those are my positions, and that is why I'm running to be a DNC committee member. Thank you.
Our next candidate is 109, Michael Cauldron.
Hi, I'm Michael Calderon, and I'm on a mission. Hurricane Katrina made me realize this is who I am. I lived through Andrew and went to school in New Orleans. So when Katrina's response was botched, just like Andrew's, I said, how can I make a difference? I don't recommend it, but I found the biggest, baddest Republican and took him on. I was the youngest person in America running for Congress and beat expectations. In redistricting, he fled to a safer seat. They Democrats got one more competitive House race. And I've spent the last 15 years focused on more and better Democrats. I helped found the Netroots Coalition, free media for candidates and policies. I joined the Progressive Caucus board, where I'm now president. Our screening educates hundreds of candidates and funds races, almost $50,000 so far. I'm an effective progressive because I build coalitions. Our caucus circulated the pledge to make the DNC more responsive to everyday Democrats. And in just days, nearly half the candidates running today have signed on. The DNC will broaden my mission and help me mentor more and better Democrats, something I love to do. And I look forward to doing with your vote. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next candidate is 110, Grace Carrington.
One that I trust to guide.
Perfect, perfect. Thank you, Hazel. I'm on next.
Grace, you're unmuted.
Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good afternoon, fellow Democrats. I am back here today requesting your vote for a DNC member based on the merits of my performance over the last year after I was given an opportunity by many of you. I went to the DNC and immediately got to work with the member of the DNC Black Caucus, the subcommittee of the Sojourner Circle, the Business Council, Senior Council, which is very near and dear to me because that's the business that I'm in. And I care for our seniors very desperately and dearly. The Environmental Caucus, and I am a member, all in good standing of those committee I mentioned, including the Southern Regional Caucus. I have raised over $100,000 for Joe Biden in this last election with Kamala Harris as the state liaison on behalf of the campaign for the Biden campaign. I was certainly seeking to make sure that we had as many wins as possible. And while we were not victorious in all our challenges, I feel that I have made a significant addition to our local candidates here. And
Thank you, Grace. Your time has expired. Our next candidate is 111, Megan Carter. 1 second while I unmute you, Megan.
Hi, my name is Megan Carter. I'm running for DNC member as a non-binary candidate, and I'm here today to talk about my experience with the American dream. I went to college, got my degree, and landed a job with health benefits. The next year, I required 3 surgeries, worked through recovery, and still got fired when I came back full time. I lost my health coverage, didn't have access to my meds, and landed in the hospital for a week with no insurance. Why do I bring this up? Because my story is not unique, and neither is it the worst case scenario. I know this because I have knocked on hundreds of doors in low-income communities talking with potential voters. We have to be a Democratic Party whose values align with what our most vulnerable populations need. With COVID-19 and the appalling response from Republican leadership, especially in Florida, it's time for us to step up and be advocates against injustice. As Commissioner Nikki Fried mentioned, the Democrats are the party of the people. I'm ready to get to work dedicating my time and energy into flipping this state back to its rightful blue. I humbly ask for your vote and look forward to organizing with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next candidate is 156, Brianna Cartwright, and speaking on her behalf will be Maria Cole. 1 moment while I get you unmuted, Maria.
Hello. Brianna sent me a statement to read, and I would like to do that. Good afternoon, Democrats. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you today on behalf of Brianna Cartwright. She just returned from Georgia, and you might have heard about it as the cradle of the civil rights movement that's building the New South by empowering our communities and making sure we count. She joined in delivering the balance of the U.S. Senate to the people who will make positive change for all of us. who will fight for to protect our votes and our bodies, and who will make sure families don't go hungry or homeless in our current economic crisis, who will proudly declare that Black Lives Matter. For the most of the history of progress in our party, Democrats have had some of their highest victories when they lock arms and walk together, pushing through with a vision of a better future. As a Young Democrat of America committee woman serving within the DNC, she has also had the opportunity to lock arms among many leaders in our party. She has done that so that as we move forward in the battle for our country's soul, they know that people like you and me are a necessary, essential actor, literally by their side. Working inside the National Committee structure, she was able to make sure real grassroots activists had input and a
Thank you, Maria. Your time has expired. Our next candidate is 163, Cynthia Chestnut, and speaking on her behalf will be Representative Joe Geller.
I'm trying to speak. Can you hear me now? I just want to say that I have known of former Representative and former Mayor Cynthia Chestnut for many years. She's been gracious in offering herself for a position of leadership within this state party and to represent us at the national level. And I think it is a very good idea for us to accept that. She's a great leader. She's been a party leader. And I think that having her be one of our Florida representatives to the DNC is entirely appropriate, not only in view of the things she's accomplished, but of her willingness to offer herself for further service. And so I urge all of my fellow voting members to please vote along with your other DNC choices, to please vote for Dr. Cynthia Moore Chestnut to represent us on the DNC as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next candidate is 164, Janelle Christensen.
Hi, everybody. I'm Dr. Janelle Christensen. I am president of the Democratic Environmental Caucus of Florida. I am involved with the Democratic Party for two reasons. And the first is to advocate for the environment. I am terrified at our lack of response in Florida. And I am also disturbed that the Republicans have been able to take on the mantle of environmental advocacy locally. I think that's unacceptable. And I think that our advocacy for the environment needs to come from the national to the state level, all the way down to the precinct level. And the second reason I am involved with the Democratic Party is to help demystify the process for people, everyday people like you and me running for office. I think that we can remove barriers collectively, and that needs to be done. And I think it's absolutely possible. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next candidate is 160, Alan Clendenin. Alan, give me one moment to get you unmuted.
Hey, I think I'm unmuted. Good afternoon, Democrats. Congratulations to everybody that has won their elections thus far. I'm asking for your vote for re-election to the DNC. My voting number for everybody is 160. 160. I've served on the DNC, and on the DNC, I was privileged to be elected by my peers to the Southern Caucus chair. And during my term, we flipped the Virginia legislature. We elected a Democratic governor in Kentucky. We made huge gains in North Carolina. A couple years ago, we elected Senator Doug Jones. Unfortunately, we lost him. Texas, on the down ballot races, we've elected hundreds of Democrats. So we're going to see that state flip blue. And of course, Georgia. The team of people that have been put together and that are working in those states, and the chairs and vice chairs and the DNC members, that we talk to and coordinate in those states are just an amazing team. I want to return because anybody that served in a group or in the legislature knows that relationships matter. And I built those relationships and sitting on the executive board of the DNC and as the Southern Caucus chair. I love the team of people that I work with currently on the DNC. I love every one of them. And I wish we could all return as a block because.
Thank you, Alan. Your time has expired. Our next candidate is 112, Ella Coffey. One moment, Ella, and I'll get you unmuted.
Thank you, Wendy. Thank you to all. My name is Ella Coffey, and I am asking for your vote and your support today. I believe my number was 112, I think she said, but nonetheless, look, I've been here working in Florida. I've worked for Florida Democratic Party, which has given me an opportunity to really see some things that need to be done, but we've accomplished so many great things. When I was the CED working with folks like Brittany Gethers, Sam Dorr, we had an opportunity to look at our state and say, hey, here are some things we can do. Voter registration, help recruit candidates, make sure that people understand why we're Democrats, because we believe in supporting our public education. We believe that everybody should have a livable wage. We live in a beautiful state. Environment needs are necessary and important to us. I want to be your DNC member. I want to help raise money so we have organizers here in the state. I want us to make a difference here in Florida for the entire nation. I'm running to continue servicing you. I love what I do here in the state. I've worked on so many campaigns, city commissioner, mayor races, Barack Obama. The area I had during Barack's campaign turned green. We carried the entire county of Pinellas County.
Thank you, Ella. Your time has expired. Our next candidate is 113, Maria Cole. Maria, one moment while I get you unmuted.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maria Cole and my number is 113. I'm running for the DNC because I've been a Democrat my whole life. And I have been involved with the Florida Democratic Party since I came back from volunteering in 5 states for the Obama campaign back in 2008. The thing that I think is important is that we remember that Florida reflects the entire United States in terms of its demographics and its regions. And when we talk about the big tent that we have, it's important that Florida remember that those holding up that tent need to be recognized and their voices need to be amplified, because without those that are holding up this big tent that we say that we are, we are going to fail. I think it's time now for leadership that builds coalitions. That is what I've done my entire political career, bringing in those communities that have been marginalized and helping to amplify their voices. I hope I can earn your vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next candidate is 114, Joyce Cusack. One moment while I get you. Joyce, you are unmuted.
Thank you. Fellow Democrats, I am Joyce Cusack, number 114. I want you to know that I am a lifelong Democrat. I have worked very hard in this state, and I have served previously as a part of the DNC, having served with the Women Caucus there, the Black Caucus, and been a very, very active member in this state. I'm a lifelong Democrat, served in the Florida House of Representatives for 8 years, leaving as the leader pro tem along with Dan Gelber, who was our leader. I want you to know that I will continue to work hard for Democrats. I believe in diversity and inclusion. I'm Joyce Cusack. Remember, vote for 114, Joyce Cusack, a leader with a record of long leadership and inclusion. Thank you so much. Look for me. I will continue to serve you. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next candidate is 115, Andrew Darling. Andrew, you are unmuted.
Good afternoon, Democrats. My name is Andrew Darling, and I'm running to become a DNC member. I'm a military spouse to an amazing woman, a father, a U.S. Army combat veteran, a former candidate for Orange County Sheriff, and currently a civil rights and criminal defense attorney. I grew up in Orlando, and Florida is my home. After coming back full-time in 2016 and graduating from the University of Miami School of Law, I've been heavily engaged in local and state politics. I'm the only Democrat from Orange County running to be a DNC member. I also represented nearly 20 peaceful protesters in Orlando from the George Floyd protest in 2020, pro bono. I look forward to using my military leadership training and experience, political credentials, and legal expertise to advocate for Florida in the DNC. I will help bring this party together. I'm excited to get to work. Please vote for Andrew Darling for DNC member, candidate number 115. Thank you so much.
Our next candidate is 116, Ben Diamond.
Good afternoon, fellow Democrats. My name is Ben Diamond from St. Petersburg. It's great to be with you today. I am a state representative from my home county, Pinellas County. I was elected in 2016, re-elected in 2018 and 2020 in a swing seat, and privileged to have been selected by my colleagues and friends to serve as the leader of our caucus in the House following my friends, Representative DuBose and Jenny. I'm running to serve on the DNC because I want to help make the argument nationally that Florida is worth investing in and that we are going to win in 2022. Part of my responsibility is now, as the incoming leader of the House Democrats, will be to help recruit and run a successful election program for the legislature, working with all of you across the state. And I think I will be in a unique position to communicate our good work to our friends in the national committee and across the nation as to why we are worthy of their support. So I'd be honored to have your support and vote today. Thank you all for your involvement and leadership. Again, my name is Ben Diamond. Thank you.
Our next candidate is 117, Marcus Dixon.
Good afternoon. My name is Marcus Dixon, and I'm asking you humbly for your vote, number 117. I spent the last decade in Florida politics, working in various roles in Congress, state and local government, campaigns, Young Dems, and on this committee. For the last 5 years, I've worked for the Service Employees International Union, SEIU Florida, where I'm the executive director. I haven't run a traditional campaign with DNC with calls and emails to all of you because as campaign manager for Manny Diaz, I've been fully dedicated to helping him get elected. As the only state union leader candidate, I think it's important that we send a labor representative to the DNC representing Florida. Union members are on the front lines. My members are nurses, city, school board, state employees, to name a few. I wake up every morning thinking about how we improve their lives and the lives of their families. Central to that is electing Democrats, and that's why I'm running. To hold Chair Diaz accountable to the fundamental shift he promised for FTP, but also to do the same on the national level, supporting and holding accountable our incoming administration to making real progress on improving the lives of poor and working people. I'm a change maker. I'm about results and accountability. I ask for your vote, number 117.
Our next candidate is 118, Vaisal Dokur.
Okay, I think I got unmuted just now. Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Vaisal Dokur. I'm from Polk County. And coincidentally, I'm a precinct committee person for 118, and my number is 118. I'm one of the new faces. I joined the Democratic Party after the Trump and then 2018 losses here. And I'll definitely will not be a new voice or same stuff again over and over. The reason is that coming from outside, I can definitely see how the institution is working or not working, the gaps and what it is doing good and where it is missing. In that sense, currently I stepped up as a vice chair for Polk County DEC, and I also take part in the other local organizations. Polk County is known as a red county, and it has a very strong Republican machine, same as the Florida. If you want a new face, not something same, vote 118. Thank you.
Our next candidate is 119, Patricia Farley Crutcher.
Hello, I'm Patricia Farley, and I would like your vote to be a member of the Democratic National Committee. I'm president of the Democratic Women's Club and treasurer of the Democratic Labor Caucus, number 119. I'm a retired educator with 31 years as a union member and high school history and government teacher. I have spent my life caring for the children of Florida and working for the Democratic Party. I can represent the democratic values and policies of the people of Florida at the national level. I believe in science, facts, truth, and the Constitution, and I will fight for equality, healthcare, education, gun reform, air climate, national security, voting rights, and much more, because all issues are women's issues. Turning Florida into a blue state is one of the best things we can do to protect and help the citizens of our state and to safeguard the environment for future generations. With your vote, I will work for these goals. Thank you, Patty.
Thank you, Patty. Your time has expired. Our next candidate is 120, Eunice Garbett.
Community-based experience. I'm sorry, I did not know she had not unmuted me. But my name is Eunice Garbett, and I am candidate 120 for DNC committee. I bring to you over 2 decades of political experience as well as community-based experience with the public and nonprofit sector. I'm also a person who has volunteered in my community with my local DEC to reestablish the Young Democrats, the Democratic Black Caucus, as well as the Rainbow Democrats. Those caucuses have helped fuel the votes that we need to win elections around the state of Florida. I have also worked with candidates on the local and national and state level to help them become elected to office. I have also worked with the FDP on the Rules Committee, and I want to continue to go and fight for you at the DNC to bring about the change that we keep seeking here in Florida, especially when it comes to the way to vote, for climate change, and for the racial and social injustice that is embedded in our community. Thank you for your time, and remember 120 when you vote.
Our next candidate is 121, Francine Garcia.
Hey, good afternoon. Am I off mute? Hello?
Yes, Miss Francine, we can hear you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Francine Garcia, and I'm a lifelong Democrat with 15 years of campaign experience. I served as a Lake County State Committee woman for 6 years and made a head of the committee called Lake Florida Blue, where we raised enough money for our candidates to support our local candidates, which helped them monetarily as well as campaigning for them. I've worked on many campaigns. When I first came to Florida, I worked on the Orlando for Obama campaign, where I assisted in fundraising and with the visibility. My sole objective is to help get as many Democrats elected, whether it's be monetarily or campaigning vigorously. I humbly ask for your vote. I'm candidate number 121. Thank you very much.
Our next candidate is 122, Hazel Gillis.
I am Hazel Gillis, a lifelong Democrat. I have enjoyed working alongside many of you for many years to empower and educate our base and to elect Democrats across the state. I am willing, able, and ready to represent you. I have the experience, the desire, and dedication to serve you well, and I have demonstrated my abilities. I am currently the Secretary of the Democratic Black Caucus of Florida, past President of the Duval County Democratic Black Caucus. As a party, we have a great opportunity to grow and expand our reach, increase our presence, train our volunteers for campaign, party leader roles, and for elected office. We were able to turn Duval County blue, so we should be able to turn Florida blue. If I am elected to serve as a DNC member, I will work diligently to achieve the goals of our party. I humbly ask for your vote.
Our next candidate is 157, Rachel Gilmore, and Ryler Calabrese will be speaking on Rachel's behalf.
Thank you. Rachel Gilmer is co-director of the Florida-based youth power building organization, the Dream Defenders. The Dream Defenders have 10 chapters across the state of Florida, bringing young people together to develop their leadership skills, provide community programming and services, and move campaigns focused on reallocating resources away from prisons and police and towards rebuilding the social safety net. Prior to joining Dream Defenders, she served as the Associate Director of the African American Policy Forum, where she developed various campaigns to advance the needs of women and girls of color, including Say Her Name and Black Girls Matter. Rachel has over 10 years in experience in grassroots organizing and social change. She has worked in a variety of settings, including community organizing, schools, prisons, and government. In 2013, she organized a campaign against gentrification in her Portland, Oregon neighborhood that resulted in the allocation of $20 million in additional funding towards affordable housing and the establishment of a right to return policy for people who had been pushed out of the neighborhood. In 2010, she worked with community-based organizations to shape Oregon's implementation of the ACA to address racial health disparities. This is the kind of organizer we need at the DNC level. Dream Defenders are doing the work on the ground, and
Thank you, Ryler. Your time has expired. Our next candidate is 123, Philip Jornio.
Hello, Phil Jorno, candidate 123. How easy is that to remember? 123. I've been your past chairman of the Volusia County Council. I've been the past chairman of the Volusia County Democratic Party. I've been the past vice chair appointed of the Florida Democratic Party, and I'm president of the Democratic Veterans Caucus of Florida. 123, my number will be the person that runs Ron DeSantis out of Tallahassee in 2022. Thank you. I need your vote. 123.
Our next candidate is 159, James Golden.
Less than 40 seconds. Unfortunately, since I was timing.
I am unmuted, but my picture is not showing.
Your picture is spotlighted as soon as you begin speaking, so you're all good, Reverend.
Thank you very much. I'm Reverend James T. Golden, serving the second set of terms as state committee man in Manatee County. I was previously elected to the Bradenton City Council for 2 4-year terms, and I now currently serve as the vice chair of the Manatee County School Board. As secretary of the Florida Council of Churches, I've led protests against the Confederate symbols from Bradenton, Tampa, St. Augustine. For more than a decade, I have been the statewide chairman of the Social Action Committee for the African Methodist Episcopal Church, to partner in everything from rate caps on payday loans all the way to statewide voter registration, education, and mobilization efforts. I would like to be of more service to the Florida Democratic Party by one, representing the interests of the state of Florida at the national level. 2, by making sure that we are a part of the national effort to move forward under this bright new day that was given to us in November. But most importantly, number 3, to help repair the dangerous work and damage that has been done to democracy over the.
Thank you, James. Your time has expired. Our next candidate is 124, Margaret Good.
Hi, everybody. My name is Margaret Good. I am a former state representative, a lawyer, and a former congressional candidate. And many of you may remember in 2018, we flipped a state house district by working together that a Democrat had not won in over a decade. I know what it takes to win tough races, and I want to help support candidates in their efforts. I also know that we can win Florida, but it is going to take a lot of work. And part of that work is repairing some of the relationships that we are looking is likely that we could lose because we have not had the electoral outcomes that we need in the last two cycles. I believe that showing financial responsibility, that we are spending our donors' money wisely is at the top of the list of things that we need to do. And I will ensure, as a member of the DNC, to look closely at the FDP's budget and make sure that we are spending money in a way that is actually effective and that will help us win Florida.
Our next candidate is 125, Daniel Henry.
Thank you. My name is Daniel Henry, and I'm proud to be the chair of the Duval County Democratic Party. I have been a member of this party my entire life, working in advocacy, not only as an African-American man, but as an LGBT man, and as a person that is dedicated to ensuring that Democrats win up and down the ballot. We have done some remarkable work in Duval County, winning the county for Joe Biden for the first time in 44 years for any Democrat, and the county for Andrew Gillum for the first time in 36 years for any Democrat. And we need to ensure that not only do we bring North Florida to the table, but we recognize all the voters, all the Democrats, all the dedicated people that we need to bring to the table in order for us to win. It's not about representation. It's about making sure that we have people that at the table that are willing to do the work, put their hands to the fire, and work with everyone to bring results. In these upcoming elections, we have to do everything we can to get Ron DeSantis and Marco Rubio out of office. And I'm purely dedicated to ensuring that North Florida is the key to making sure that happens. So vote for me.
Thank you, Daniel. Your time has expired. Our next candidate on our second page officially is candidate 126, Samantha Hope Herring. One moment while I get you unmuted, Samantha.
Hi, everybody. Samantha Hope Herring here, number 126 on your ballot. I'm a small business owner, and I'm coming to you from a small county up in the Panhandle, from Walton County, where since 2013, I have been a state committee woman fighting for resources to bring back to our Panhandle to make a difference. This last cycle, we did just that. We actually had some of the highest improvement in margins of anywhere in Florida, and especially up here in the Panhandle. I am asking for your support today to vote for me for DNC. I'm a strong advocate for the climate crisis, small business, universal health care, immigration reform, public lands and public beaches, small and rural counties, and criminal justice reform. I have served on numerous committees, been a member of clubs and caucus, including the Women's Club, the Democratic Black Caucus, the Environmental Caucus, and the Progressive Caucus. I have served on the FDP Campaign Committee, Judiciary, Special Rules and Bylaws, resolutions, and legislative committees. I'm an avid supporter of reforming the weighted vote. And today you can do more than just reform the weighted vote. You can show that you support our small counties and our voice with a proven track history, and vote for me, Samantha Hope Herring, for DNC to go and take our fight for all of Florida to the DNC. Number 126, Samantha Hope Herring.
Thank you, Samantha. Your time has expired. Our next candidate is 127, Ricky Junquera.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ricky Junquera, number 127 on your ballot. I know many of you because I've
I've done the deed of running for office. Unfortunately, we fell short here in Miami-Dade County, but I was not alone. Raised over $500,000 from small dollar donors all across the country who believed in me, a 33-year-old openly gay Cuban American from Miami, Florida. But what I found in running for office and being part of this amazing establishment for so long is that our messaging just wasn't there. We threw so much money at this election cycle from the top of the ticket down and found that we weren't resonating with the communities, in my community at least. And so we need to do the work of focusing on building our research and our focus groups on all of the issues, not prescribing what issues matter to Democrats, but finding out what issues matter to Democrats. I've done that in my career as the regional press secretary for Sierra Club. I run all of our messaging strategy here in Florida and more than half of the states in our union here in the United States.
Thank you, Ricky. Your time has expired. Candidate 128, Thomas Kennedy.
Great, thanks. I'm running because I grew up in this state as an undocumented immigrant. Without status, me and my parents, we faced the brunt of Republican attacks nonstop. And that's what put me in the pathway of activism and organizing, right? And I want to organize in this state to defeat the Republicans. A lot of you may remember me as the guy that heckled Ron DeSantis a couple of months back, telling Floridians that he misled us and that he lied to us. But I've done so much more than that. I've built outreach programs here in the state that literally registered tens of thousands of voters. I've helped pass the Amendment 4 campaign, building a Latino outreach strategy for the Florida Immigrant Coalition. I led a campaign to close down the Homestead detention camp for migrant children. Just right now, I'm serving as the Florida director for a national group called United We Dream, where I developed a 7-state voter outreach program to help elect Joe Biden president and US Senate candidates. And the last thing I did is actually work the Georgia runoffs, where I helped develop a program to reach 135,000 Latino voters in that state. I want to bring those talents to the Florida Democratic Party.
Thank you, Thomas. Your time has expired. Our next candidate is 129, Hillary Keys. Hillary, one moment while we get you unmuted.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm Hillary Keys. I'm a daughter of a Puerto Rican mother and a Jewish father and a lifelong Democrat. I'm a longtime precinct committee woman and founding board member of the Democratic Progressive Caucus of Florida. I'm also a 15-year organizer with Democracy for America. In that role, I see former NPAs who are inspired to become Democrats to vote in a primary, and those who have given up on the party in frustration. I believe that most of us share common values that are rooted in empathy, compassion, and fairness, as well as concern for our planet. Yet often that is not the perception to many outside of our party. It's easy to get lost in an insular bubble, not seeing ourselves from the perspective of others. I'm really excited for new voices stepping up today, bringing fresh perspective to help us build a fair, transparent, welcoming party, a party that cares, listens, inspires, and wins. Thank you, Hillary Keys.
Our next candidate is 130, Vanessa Lester.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vanessa Lester, number 130, and it's an honor to ask you to vote for me to be a Florida DNC member. As a Black LGBTQ person, presumed to be female, I know the reality of having obstacles to overcome in life and the need to work 10 times as hard to be taken seriously. Drawing on my life experience and firmly rooted in my truth, I will be a steadfast advocate within the DNC for socially and economically marginalized communities. I've served as vice president of the Democratic Progressive Caucus of Tampa Bay, a delegate in 2020 at the National a member of Hillsborough County's voter protection team, vice chair of operations, where I've assisted in the creation and implementation of the 10-year strategy and election plan, served as an ex officio on several committees, including precinct and field, diversity and inclusion, public relations, campaign and candidate, and platform. I've also assisted in planning and executing fundraising galas. My most recent election has been a state committee woman in Hillsborough County. I did run and get elected unopposed. As one of your DNC members in Florida, I am devoted to making our party truly the party for the people. Thank you for your support.
Thank you, Vanessa. Your time has expired. Our next candidate is 131, Sandra McClinton. One moment, Sandra, as I get you unmuted. Okay, Sandra, you are unmuted now.
I think my picture seemed to go. Okay. Hello, Democrats. I'm Sandra McClinton from Lee County, and I'm running for the DNC. The attack on the Capitol this week shows the importance of elected, strong party leaders. While serving as an officer in the Democratic Women's Club of Florida, I helped start 16 new Democratic women's clubs. While serving as chair of the Lee County DEC, I helped start a Hispanic club and a Thurgood Marshall club. I was elected as a delegate to the 3 national conventions in 2020, 2016, and 2012. Since I'm the only female DNC candidate from Southwest Florida, I would like to represent the Southwest region. I support reforming the weighted vote. There are a lot of women running for this position, but you want the best, don't you? Please vote for me. Blue skies.
Thank you. Our next candidate is 132, Judy Mount. Apologies, Judy Mount will not appear on the ballot as the elected vice chair. She is an automatic member to the DNC. Our next candidate is 155, Natasha Otero Santiago, and speaking on her behalf will be Annette Tadeo. One moment, Annette, while we get you unmuted.
Thank you. I have known Natasha Otero for the past 8 years since the Obama presidential campaign. Ms. Otero has for the past decade been involved with presidential, state, and local elections as a fervent supporter of the Democratic vote for minorities in our state. She has worked tirelessly in the Latino community, specifically the very important Puerto Rican vote in our state. She is a communications professional and community activist and is the first vice chair of the Florida Democratic Hispanic Caucus. Ms. Otero has worked in projects with the Florida Immigrant Coalition, New Florida Majority, Florida for All, and Alianza for Progress. And she is also part of the board of directors of the National Puerto Rican Agenda, among many. I will be supporting number 155, Natasha, for a seat on the DNC, and I hope you will join me.
Thank you. Our next candidate is 133, Kevin Parker.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Kevin Parker, number 133, running for DNC member. I live in Kissimmee. Coming from a single parent household and the eldest of 4, I am familiar with the stress of wondering if we'd be able to keep a roof over our heads and what would happen if my mom got hurt and couldn't work. Growing up, I saw the horrors of people who look like me being killed for being compliant and wondering if and when I'll be next. Just today, I saw that as a member of the LGBTQ community, we have so much more work to do to keep our rights. So I marched, I protested, canvassed, and donated my time and my money in the faith that these groups will be heard. I want to be their voice. By electing me as a DNC member, you are giving these unheard communities a voice and a seat at the table. Thank you.
Our next candidate is 134, Stacy Patel.
Hi, my name is Stacy Patel. I'm number 134. I'm the state committee woman and the former chair in Brevard County, and I'd be honored to earn your vote. I've spent the last 4 years learning how to win as a progressive chair in a deeply red county. We bucked the trend of Republican gains statewide, trimming margins from plus 20R to plus 16R this cycle. We rallied more than 1,100 volunteers who made over 500,000 knocks, expanded party membership by more than 400%, increased fundraising by 300%, more than doubled mail ballot registrations, increased turnout by 4 points, won municipal victories with diverse candidates that flipped more than a dozen local offices, and built a Democratic majority on the city council of the largest city in our county. If we can win in Red Brevard, we can win back Florida, but we must commit to real change. We have to build an organization that is reflective of our communities and our values. I hope you'll give me the opportunity to serve on the DNC, and I commit to being a passionate voice for progress.
Our next candidate is 135, Sanjay Patel. Sanjay, you are unmuted.
My name is Sanjay Patel, and I'd be humbled to represent Florida on the DNC. Over the past 4 years, I've had the incredible opportunity to serve as state committee man for Brevard County. In that role, I was appointed to the statewide resolutions committee in 2017, where I helped lead the party to adopt resolutions supporting economic justice and fair wages, healthcare as a human right, guaranteed public education for all Floridians from pre-K through college or trade school, and opposing big money in politics. I also ran for Congress in 2018. It's clear that we have to turn the tide to help our fellow Floridians. Republican-led rule has been disastrous for our state, and it's only going to get worse with the arrival of Trump's brand of politics making its home base here. Lives are literally in the balance. We must build a party that's more representative, more inclusive, more diverse, and ultimately more successful. At the end of the day, as my wife Stacy once said, I'm not here for the gallows. I'm here for the justice. Please vote for me, number 135. Thank you.
Okay, members, we've received notification that Bobby Poole would no longer like to be considered as a DNC member, so he is being removed from the ballot. So our next candidate is 137, Cesar Ramirez. One moment while I get Cesar unmuted.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, sir.
My name is Cesar Ramirez. I'm the current president of the Democratic Hispanic Caucus, candidate 137. I have been involved in the community at a very young age. I remember saying to people I would never pay for bottled water when it should be free. So I understand how times change so fast and understand how we need to change just as fast, if not faster. That perspective allowed me to accept all things probable, endows me the perspective that change cannot exist without the strength of community. I bring a fresh perspective. My involvement in the community dates back pretty far, but my recent contributions are the following. I was a delegate to the Biden campaign, president of the Democratic Hispanic Caucus, vice chair of the Polk County DEC, and Polk County Committeeman 226. I had the honor also to meet with President-elect Joe Biden to discuss the challenges facing us today. Because of that, I was awarded the Lawton Childs Democratic Man of the Year Award in 2020 for Polk County. As a DNC member, along with assisting Chairman Diaz on his vision and strategy, I want to help unify this party, mend and build better bridges, and help it to become a stronger party, to be the voice of our Democrats. As we are famously the party of diversity, I believe my nomination offers a good balance to that diversity as a Hispanic male who has served in his country in the United States Army and now here in Florida, within Florida politics.
Thank you, Caesar. Your time has expired. Our next candidate is 139, Terry Rizzo. One moment, Terry, as I get you unmuted. Okay, you are off mute.
I can't see all of you, but I hope you can see me. And I'm Terry Rizzo, candidate 139. And there are just a tremendous numbers of candidates, great candidates running. I wish we could elect each and every. You're all just so terrific to your qualifications and what you offer and bring to the Florida Democratic Party. I'm going to keep this very, very brief. Chair for the past several years and working for many years prior to that. I'm running for re-election to the areas here in Florida, and actually we're all committed to do that. I ask for your vote.
Our next candidate is 161, Vivian Rodriguez.
Good afternoon, Democrats. I have served in various leadership positions within the Florida Democratic Party for more than a decade. I presently serve as the Vice Chair of the FDP Diversity and Inclusion Committee, working with various state caucuses and community leaders to organize outreach efforts throughout the state. I believe in diversifying the leadership in our party to reflect who we are. I also was a Biden delegate for Florida 09. As a gay, proud Latina woman, I have also served on leadership positions within the Florida LGBTQ Democratic Caucus and as the past state president of Democratic Hispanic Caucus. As president, I implemented the first ever Hispanic Caucus Lobby Days event for our Hispanic leadership to lobby for legislation that was both positive and negative to our Latino communities. I have the endorsements of DNC Hispanic Caucus Chairwoman Iris Martinez, the Florida LGBTQ+ Democratic Caucus, and the Democratic Hispanic Caucus of Florida. I ask for your support to vote for Vivian Rodriguez, number 161, to represent you as a DNC member. Thank you.
Our next candidate is 140, Casmore Shaw.
Thank you very much. As a teenager, I worked very closely with Shirley Chisholm, the late Shirley Chisholm. However, my civic engagement has always served to reinforce and validate my active participation in Florida's political process. I understand firsthand how authentic, organized political representation and engagement can positively impact the lives of families all across the state. Mindful of the lessons learned and the voters' mandate for recovery and renewal emerging from the 2020 election cycle, I am more inspired than ever to contribute and participate as Florida puts its mark on the Biden-Harrison administration's commitment to build back better. I am therefore asking for your support in my re-election bid to the Democratic National Committee. Muchas gracias, mi amigos.
Our next candidate is 141, Sean Shaw.
Good afternoon, Democrats. This is Sean Shaw. I'm honored to be here with you this afternoon and humbly ask for your vote for DNC. Listen, my faith in our democratic process was shaken when I saw what happened in the Capitol, but what was not shaken was my desire to address it and fix it. And make sure that we get more Democrats elected. I was honored to be a member of the state legislature. I was then honored to be your nominee for Attorney General in 2018. When we were unsuccessful, I started a C4 called People Over Profits, and we've literally raised millions of dollars for candidates and for Democratic causes. And I want to continue that service. Clearly, I believe diversity is important, not only in the formation of our platform as a party, but who we run for office. That diversity means race, gender, sexual orientation, but it also means geography and it means ideology. And so we need diversity in all those things. And I believe what's most important in our platform is to speak to what's important to people and what they tell you, not for you to tell them what you think ought to be important to them. And I think that's something our party is missing a little bit. So I'd be honored to have your support, number 141 for DNC, Sean Shaw. Thank you.
Our next candidate is 158, Florence Shelton Clark. One moment. Florence, you are unmuted.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Hello, fellow Democrats. I'm Florence Shelton Clark, and my number is number 158. I'm the second vice president of Manatee County Democratic Black Caucus, and I'm a longtime member of the Democratic Party. I'm well known for being a very hard worker, and I work constantly to turn Florida blue. I came here from Georgia, and I'm a very active Democrat that was elected as a delegate for President Barack Obama, representing the 6th Congressional District. I'm a boots on the ground person, voter registration and education person, fundraiser, and I bring new and fresh ideas to the table. I feel that we need diversity, equality, and inclusion. And in saying that, I ask that you support me, Florence Shelton Clark, number 158 for the DNC. Thank you very much.
Our next candidate is 154, Steve Simonides, and speaking on his behalf will be Annette Taddeo. One moment, Senator, while I get you unmuted.
Thank you. I have worked with Steve for several years, and I know that he has both the experience and the vision to help move our national party forward. He was instrumental in electing the first Democratic mayor of Miami-Dade County in 2 decades. It has been this leadership that led him to be re-elected chair of Miami-Dade Dems with 85% of the vote, with nearly 20 endorsements from state and local elected officials. Steve is an expert at navigating rules and bylaws, which is why he was appointed to the 2020 DNC Convention Rules Committee. Steve has volunteered his time as an attorney for numerous candidates and progressive groups, and also sits on the Miami-Dade Commission on Human Rights, a quasi-judicial body responsible for adjudicating appellate-level human right violations. I will be supporting number 154, Steve, and I hope you join me.
Our next candidate is 142, Evans Smith. One moment. Evans, you are unmuted.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Evan Smith. My number is 142. I am an advocate and a fighter for impoverished communities. For me, this is very personal. I work in the poorest community in Volusia County. The needs are great and the suffering is real. I'm running to fight for impoverished communities. I ask for your vote. Please vote for me, Evans Smith, number 142, and let's uplift communities together. Thank you.
Next candidate is 144, Nicole Souza.
Hello, my name is Nicole Sosa. I'm the state committee woman in Leon County, and I'm running for the DNC because I want to see a Democratic Party that's genuinely engaged with grassroots movements, that's accessible and inclusive. To make this a reality, we need to make meaningful structural changes that result in less power for party insiders and more for the people working on the ground to organize their neighborhoods. Losing to Republicans hurts all of us, but most especially it hurts the most vulnerable among us, those of us who are already frequently overlooked and disenfranchised, like minorities, the working class, and the poor. As a Mexican-American woman, a lesbian, and someone who has experienced poverty, I can say with certainty that the Democratic Party needs reform if it ever wants to be on the winning side in Florida again, and if it ever wants to make a real difference in the lives of all of Florida's people. With my history in grassroots organizing as a DSA and union member, I believe I can help bring about the changes that will help the party gain ground back from the Republicans and flip Florida blue. Thank you.
Our next candidate is 145, Marcy Stefan. Marcy, you are unmuted.
Hello, fellow Democrats. I hope you are all well and living through this long election. I want to congratulate all the elected officers. My name is Marcy Stephan. I'm State Committee Woman for Alachua County, currently in my second term. I'm also the president of our local Hispanic chapter. I am a Puerto Rican woman born to Dominican parents. I have lived in Alachua since 2006, and I am running for DNC member because the threat of our democracy, values, and the future of our country is real. I am running because we need to work together to flip Florida blue and bring much needed reform to our party. And we need to work together because despite our difference, there is much more that unites us than divides us. I want to build a coalition as diverse as the state of Florida, where we all feel represented. Let's build an inclusive and brighter future for our party and our country, because we are stronger together. It will be an honor to represent you as the DNC member for the state of Florida. My number is 145. Thank you.
Our next candidate is 146, Cameron Stemple. One moment, Cameron. And you are unmuted.
Thank you. Good afternoon, fellow Democrats. My name is Cameron Stemple. I'm 31 years old, and I've been a precinct committeeman in my local Palm Beach County DEC for 4 years, a community activist before that, and an active member of the DSA. In my time spent volunteering and organizing in low-income communities, I have found that the DNC has a severe image problem that undercuts voter trust and enthusiasm for the Democratic Party. This does a huge disservice to the good work done by our Democratic elected officials throughout the state. This image problem is rooted in an undemocratic infrastructure that lacks transparency and equitable representation. I call on DNC members to push the following reforms. 1, all DNC meetings and votes should be made publicly available to the grassroots of the party. 2, superdelegates should be pledged to vote in accordance with the will of the primary voters and caucus goers of their state. 3, all DNC positions should be elected rather than appointed. I also believe that our Black brothers, sisters, and non-binary families should be leading the Democratic Party. So I ask that you cast your vote for my good friend, Kevin Parker, 133. Thank you for your time.
Our next candidate is 147, Ione Townsend.
Hello again, fellow Democrats. I'm saying hello this afternoon from Georgia, where I've just finished yesterday a 3-week stint on the voter protection team curing ballots for Reverend Warnock and Mr. Ossoff. A grassroots activist work is never done, and that's why I'm here. But I am running for DNC chair for the similar reasons that I ran for FDP chair, because the DNC needs reform. And I echo the comments that were just made by Cameron Stemple. We cannot allow to happen ever again what happened in 2016. The DNC made Band-Aid changes since the 2016 election, but we need to make significant reforms with the DNC. I'm not going to take up more of your time. You know my history of being a successful FDP county-wide chair, and I'm going to leave it at that and let the clock tick out. Thank you.
Our next candidate is 148, Andrea Trainer. One moment, Andrea, and we'll get you unmuted. Andrea, I'm not seeing you in the participant list. If you're registered under another name, if you could please let me know in the chat. Okay, we're not seeing Andrea. So our next candidate is 149, Sean Kinsey. One moment, Sean. Sean, you are unmuted.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, fellow Democrats. I am Sean Kinsey from Polk County, and I'm running for re-election to the Democratic National Committee. Like many of you, I believe the Florida Democratic Party is only as strong as the relationships we build inside of the party as well as outside with our like-minded allies. I've demonstrated these beliefs in my activism and various public service roles. I have served this party as a local club president, caucus president, county DEC chair, chair of the DCCA, a member of the FDP Rules Committee, Budget and Finance Committee, secretary of the Democratic Black Caucus of Florida, Southern Regional Caucus member, DNC Black Caucus member, and most recently a DNC member. And lastly, like our Vice President-elect Kamala Harris, I am a proud member of the Divine Nine, most notably the greatest fraternity in the world, Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated. In closing, I know that in order for this party to build sound infrastructure on the state and national level, we need members representing Florida with notable experience and relationships. And that's why I'm asking for your vote today to re-elect me to the Democratic National Committee. Thank you for your consideration and vote number 149, and I thank you.
Our next candidate is 150, Dakin Weekly.
Hi, my name is Dakin Weekly. I am candidate 150. I'm the state committee man from Monroe County. This is starting my second term. My great-grandfather came to Key West from Cuba to work for one of the cigar companies as a cigar roller. And in 1926, he opened a grocery store that I still help my family run today. I'm also a board member of the ACLU, a founding member of Key's Immigrant Coalition, and chair of the Key West Sustainability Board. I'm running for DNC for a vision of the Democratic Party that supports robust primaries conducted based on a battle of ideas and not whose patrons have bought the biggest microphone. I want to see a Democratic Party that encourages organically grown community leaders to rise to take on leadership positions, and a party that is unequivocal in its commitment to racial, environmental, economic, and social justice. My name is Dakin Weekly. I'm candidate number 150. Thank you very much.
Our next candidate is 151, Karen Wessel.
Thank you.
Karen, you are unmuted.
Thank you. I am Karen Wessel. Are we there yet? Hello.
Yes, ma'am, you are unmuted.
Thank you. First and foremost, I am an honest, ethical, and progressive Democrat who supports reform, and I ask for your vote to represent Democrats in the middle of the I-4 corridor. I'm a lifelong Democrat. My family history of political activism goes back as far as 1936 in the sit-down strike, resulting in the birth of the UAW in Flint, Michigan. I was elected as chair of the Polk DEC in 2008. As chair, I helped organize several new clubs and reorganize those at risk. I ran for Florida House District 41 in 2012 against an incumbent, losing by only 3 points. I was an Obama delegate to the 2012 National Convention. In 2014, I was selected as the Democratic Woman of the Year in Polk County. I founded the Democratic Women's Club of East Polk Ridge and served on the DWCF board for 4 years. I was selected as state committee woman in 2016 and served on the FDP Rules Committee and am currently the FDP Clubs and Caucus Committee person. I was just reelected to serve another 4 years at the Polk State Committee woman. My name is Karen Wessel, number 151, an honest, ethical candidate to represent Central Florida at the DNC. Thank you.
Our next candidate is 152, Marion Williams. Marion, you are unmuted.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Marion Williams, candidate 152, running for Seminole County DNC member. I'm proud to be among all of these talented people running for the DNC. I have served the party over 15 years plus in various capacity. In the Seminole County, I'm proud to say we turned blue and we worked very hard, and I was part of the fundraising ability to do this. And I was part of getting the vote out, especially turning it out when our Black community were not getting out to vote. We actually went out during the COVID-19 and knocked on those doors and left information for them. And then after that, they turned out and wrapped around the Seminole County ranch. I also have served as the chair and vice chair of the club and caucuses for the state of Florida. I worked many hours helping to certify clubs so that they could become a part of the democratic process. Without the certification of clubs, there would be no FDP party. We need leadership, and what I'm strongly for is new, fresh ideas. And
Thank you, Ms. Marion. Your time has expired. Our next candidate is 162, Alan Williams, and Nikki Barnes will be speaking on his behalf.
Thank you. I am honored to have the opportunity to nominate Alan Williams for DNC member. Alan is a lifelong Democrat who believes in the motto of John Lewis, good trouble. Alan has served this state as a former state legislator, chair of the Florida Legislative Black Caucus of State Legislators, Florida House Democratic Whip, a DNC member from 2015 to 2017, 2012 Electoral College elector for Barack Obama, and a member of the Democratic Black Caucus and Progressive Caucus. He just got back from Georgia, helping flip Georgia and flip the US Senate. And it would be, I would ask that you guys support Alan Williams for DNC. I would love to have him as a North Florida ally. And project your vote. Thank you.
Our next candidate is 153, Lori Woodward. Lori, you are unmuted.
Good afternoon, Democrats. My name is Lori Woodward Garcia, number 153, and I'm running for the DNC because it's my duty to fight for my family, community, and my country. As your voice at the DNC, I will commit to always being open and transparent. My number one job is to bring your voice to the DNC, and I'm committed to doing that. My friends, this week was a painful week for our nation. The damage that Trump and a complicit GOP made will be felt for generations. We need a strong, swift response from Democrats that denounces this white nationalist movement. And more importantly, we must continue to fight tirelessly against all forms of bigotry. There, I offer my skills as an experienced leader, organizer, and fighter to help in our democratic effort to build back better. My promise to you, I will not cower to a bully, and I will not stop fighting for Florida. Lori, number 153.
Thank you. I have also gone back to our participant list to look for Andrea Trainer, and I still do not see her present in the meeting. So at this time, our candidate speeches have concluded, and I will turn the microphone back over to our chair, Mr. Manny Diaz.
Okay. Can you, yes, I'm on. Wow.
Chair, we do have a, Wes Hodge would like to be recognized for a motion to suspend the rules.
Okay, Wes, let's hear you.
I need to be unmuted. There we go. Thank you. Mr. Chair, thank you. I'm asking for unanimous consent to suspend the rules in the interest that the chair have the discretion and power to conclude voting once no votes have been received for 30 seconds. I don't think we should have to wait 22 minutes to vote for 11 people. And I would like to give you the power to make the decision to announce voting closing and then close voting appropriately after that. So I ask everybody else to join me in unanimous consent for this motion, please.
Is
there a second? We need a second.
Need a
and
second.
it's a 2/3 vote.
Do we have a second? Did I hear a second?
We have a second from Carol Barfield from Franklin County.
Okay. Are there any objections? Wendy, so we suspend.
We had one objection,
Oh, we have one objection.
so we need to vote.
And we need to vote. Okay. All righty then. All those in favor of suspending the rules as described by Wes?
Chair, I think because this requires a 2/3 vote that we will need to prepare a ballot.
Okay, let's prepare a ballot.
Is Rachel over there doing it?
Yes, so we'll just need a moment for the voting vendor to prepare that motion in order for members to see that in their polling website. And it looks like that poll is up. Wendy, if you could drop the link to the vVoter site for anybody who may have logged out. The motion to suspend the rules is open now for members to cast their vote.
Hey, Marcus, we got to vote. Or do you vote? Where do I get the vote?
You gotta go on the other screen. Let me see. Go to.
No. I mean, yes.
Mr. Chairman, someone requested that we repeat the motion. Mr. Hodge needs to correct me if I do not get it correct. He moves to suspend the rules to give the chair discretion to close voting on the DNC members at less than 22 minutes. I believe he stated a time period for when we had seen no more votes come in. I didn't write that down.
Wes, can you clarify? I'm not sure I understand. Wes, you're muted.
Oh, there, I'm unmuted. 30 seconds is the
30 seconds was what he said.
yes.
So, Mr. Chairman, a yes vote will suspend the rules to permit you to close at your discretion. A no vote will maintain the 2 minutes open on each of 11 positions.
Okay.
I believe the polls are open for a yes or no vote on that, Mr. Chairman.
Members will allow 10 more seconds to cast your vote. Thank you, members. Voting has closed. Let me clarify one moment with the voting vendor what the results of that vote were.
Why is this coming up again? You have to vote again?
Yeah, just in case.
Okay, the voting is complete. Motion to suspend is approved with 94.1% of the vote, 5% against. So we will go on to our first vote. First of all, a really incredible group of candidates. And, I mean, it just gives us faith and confidence in the future of this state party when you saw the great field of candidates that we just heard. As we prepare to open the voting, you will see the list of candidates shared on your Zoom screen. Each has a corresponding candidate number. In your browser, on the vVoter website, you will see one box at a time where you can enter one candidate's number. You will see the confirmation of your candidate when you enter your vote. You will have the opportunity to vote for 11 candidates on the first ballot. If you vote for a candidate more than once, only the first vote will be counted and any additional votes will not be tabulated. We also ask that you vote no more than 6 candidates of one gender. So we recommend that you take a moment now to write down the 11 candidates you want to vote for in order to keep track. Candidates who receive a majority of votes cast are elected in the order of votes received up to the number of positions to be filled. Should more candidates for DNC member receive a majority than there are positions to be filled for that gender, the available positions will be awarded in the order of votes received for the respective gender. So there will be some analysis required after this first vote in order to determine if we have winners and to reset the system for the next ballot. If any DNC member position is not elected on the first ballot, a second ballot shall be conducted among the remaining candidates, except that any candidate who received less than 5% of votes on the first ballot shall be eliminated. With that, let's vote.
Members, you should now see the first box where you can enter your first selection. As the chair mentioned, we recommend that you write down your selections in order to keep track because duplicate votes will not be counted. You have the link to your candidate key in your chat. Now I can try to share my screen if folks would like, but I don't want that to take up your full screen and make it difficult for you guys to get into your vVoter. So you're welcome to send me a chat if you're not seeing that. I will put this link back into the chat so you guys can see that candidate.
Okay.
But that's the first number.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead, text them. And we vote one at a time?
Yeah.
Members, as a reminder, we'll enter these one by one. So you're only going to enter your first selection now. You can update your first selection up until this first poll is closed. But make sure again that you're keeping track of the votes that you have entered. Wendy has shared again the vVoter link in the chat, but also try to make sure you're not logging into that window, logging into that in multiple windows as well. Thank you, members. We'll have about 30 more seconds on this first entry. Thank you, members. The polling is now open for your second selection. Members, there are 30 more seconds to enter your second selection. Thank you, Chrissy. Can we move to the third selection? All right, members, the third selection is open now for you to enter your third candidate for DNC member. Members, 30 seconds left to enter your third selection. Then we'll move on. Apologies. Polling is now open for the fourth selection. As a reminder, members and proxies, we are entering these one at a time. That is how the system is able to calculate them. If you enter multiple on accident, the system is going to take the latest entry you made on one of these. So as we said, try to keep track of the 11 candidates you picked out and who you've entered to vote to make sure you don't cast any duplicates. Those duplicates will be removed and will affect the outcome. All right, members, 30 seconds left for your fourth entry, and then we'll move on. Polling is now open on your fifth entry. Thirty more seconds on the fifth entry. Thank you, members. Polling's now open for your sixth entry. 30 more seconds on the 6th entry. Polling is now open for your 7th entry. Thirty more seconds on the 7th entry. Polling is open for your 8th entry. Thirty more seconds on the 8th entry. Polling is now open for your 9th entry. Thirty more seconds on the 9th entry. Polling is now open for your 10th selection. Thirty more seconds on your 10th selection. Okay, members, we've reached our 11th entry. Please enter your final selection. Thirty more seconds on the 11th selection. Thank you, members. The polling is now closed. Chair Diaz, it is going to take a few minutes for the voting vendor to furnish those results and for us to analyze them to calculate that majority. So we ask humbly for everybody's patience while we work through that process. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We are going to have the results announced for you here shortly.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair. I have the results from the first ballot.
Chair Diaz, can we have Craig Smith deliver the results of the first ballot?
Absolutely. Welcome, Craig.
Mr. Chairman.
Good to have you.
On the first ballot, 12,712 votes were cast. Based on the formula, in order to be elected, a candidate would need to have received 578 votes. If no candidate received 578 votes, a candidate would have to have at least 57 votes to make it to the second round. On the first ballot, one candidate received more than 578 votes. It was Sean Shaw. All the remaining candidates will be viable for the next round.
Okay. Did anybody, Craig, did anybody drop off?
No, because somebody got elected, all the candidates remain viable on the next ballot.
All righty.
Thank you, Craig, and thank you, Chair. I'm going to go ahead and update the member key. I'm sorry, the DNC member candidate key for everybody while the tech team works on updating the next ballot for everyone. Will be just another moment.
Hey, Craig, while they're doing the tabulation, can I get clarification from you? Because the numbers that you gave, I'm having a difficult time reconciling. I think you indicated that there were 12,000 total votes cast. And then you mentioned a 578 as being the threshold to get you in. Are we talking about 1,200 rather than 12,000?
Yes, Mr. Chair. On the combined 11 ballots, a total of 12,712 votes were cast.
Okay.
Which means the winning number, once you divide that by 11, cut it in half and then round up to the next highest number, which is the formula, it would require 578 votes to be elected, to be a majority. One candidate made that list. number.
Okay. So this time, are we voting for 10 slots?
Yes, we will be voting for 10 slots, and you'll be able to vote for no more than 5 male candidates.
Okay. Thank you, Craig.
All right, members, thank you again for your patience and participation. It sounds like we are ready to go on the second round. As a reminder, we'll only do 10 entries this time. Please, again, make sure you're writing down and tracking so you're not submitting those duplicates. We want to make sure everybody gets to vote for all 10 of their candidates. So that will be up momentarily. Also, in the chat, you'll find the link to the updated round 2 candidate key. The only difference here is Sean Shaw's name will be removed from that. Polling is open for your first selection. $30 left on the first selection. $30 on the second selection. Polling is open for your third entry. 30 seconds on the third entry. Voting is now open for your fourth entry. Thirty seconds on the fourth entry. The poll is open for your fifth entry. Thirty seconds left on your fifth entry. Polling is open on your sixth entry. Thirty seconds left on that sixth entry. Polling is now open on your seventh entry. Polling is now open for your 8th entry. Thirty seconds left on that 8th entry, members. Polling is now open on your 9th entry. Thirty seconds on your 9th entry. And finally, please enter your 10th selection. Polling is now open for your 10th selection. Thirty seconds on your 10th selection, members. Thank you, everyone. The polling on ballot number 2 is now closed. Chair, we will take another few minutes to work with the voting vendor on those results.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair, we have the results of the second round.
Okay, Craig, thank you.
In the second round, 10,776 votes were cast. To be elected, it required you to get 539 votes. One candidate got 530. One candidate exceeded that, and it was Alan Clendenin.
Okay.
So we will go to another round where people will get to vote for 9.
Chair.
Only no more than 4 men can be voted for on this ballot.
Chair, we do have a couple hands raised. If you would like to recognize Wes Hodge.
Absolutely. Wes, got another good idea.
One moment as I get him unmuted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not a good idea. A point of order.
Okay.
Unfortunately, on the ballot number that was posted, they removed the incorrect Shaw. And so Sean Shaw remained and Mr. Casmore Shaw was removed. And so my concern is that the votes for, if you looked at the first list that was put back up, you were voting for Sean Shaw, who's already been elected. I just want to make sure that if people were voting for the wrong Shaw in the second round, that we didn't accidentally deny Mr. Casmore Shaw the right to be elected. Could we please get clarification? It was fixed mid-vote, but not announced.
Mr. Chairman, I believe the record will reflect that Mr. Hodge or someone else noted that very promptly, and that a second list was put up very promptly, and that without regard to the lists themselves, no number changed. So it didn't affect any other candidates other than the 2 Shaws. And Mr. Casimir Shaw now remains as a candidate. And I believe that a later inspection is going to show that it did not affect the outcome.
I think we should proceed.
Now, there are 2 other people seeking recognition, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
The next is John Parker.
John?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually want to make a motion that we segregate the gender basis until the quotas are filled. I understand we have some non-binary candidates, and I assume they would qualify for both, but it's certainly becoming difficult to keep up with how many males and how many females voted for in this group of 10. So I make that in form of a motion, and it's consistent with past practice.
Wendy, comment on that?
Mr. Chairman, this is Helen.
Helen?
It is deemed by the DNC that the only way to permit the non-binary candidate to be treated fairly is to do it like we're doing it, because the non-binary candidate can compete in both genders, and to restrict them to a single gender or have to count them twice in some sense is not reasonable. For DNC purposes, their rules provide that if, right now we seem to be electing males serially. If you get to the point where you have 6 males, then voting will then be restricted to 5 female positions, and the non-binary candidates will remain in that field. But Mr. Parker has made a valid motion. You could rule that it's out of order, or you can put it to a vote. He is correct that that is the way it used to be done. The current recognition of the non-binary has occurred within the last 2 years.
Yeah, I would say that I would say that I agree with that, and but of course, you know, John has I believe he has a perfect right to make a motion. I sense that everybody's looking for ways to shorten this process, but that is a rule that I believe in, and it's a rule that comes from the DNC. So I would prefer that we, you know, continue along that path. But John, if you want to make your motion and get a second.
Mr. Chairman, I understand the DNC's ruling. I'm not sure that it's going to make a difference. However, I don't want to discriminate against anyone. And I'm just saying, for simplicity purposes, it helps us to list those binary candidates in both categories if necessary. And I have no problem with that. And so my motion stands that we can keep it simplified when we know if we're voting for the requisite number in order to keep the gender balance correct.
Mr. Chairman, it sounds as if Mr. Parker wishes to have a vote on his motion. He does have a second from Dr. Anderson.
Okay, let's vote.
So the pending vote, Mr. Chairman, would be on the Parker motion to subdivide the remaining list between male and female candidates and to place those candidates who are non-binary on both lists. Is that correct, Mr. Parker?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, that will be the motion that will be set up for the next vote.
Helen, is the DNC rule a binding mandatory rule on us, or are we allowed to vote otherwise?
I think, Mr. Chairman, that the definition and the treatment of the non-binary candidate is binding on the state of Florida in its rules. I believe that the state of Florida can decide on its own how to carry out that rule and what best represents fairness for the state of Florida in voting.
Sounds fair to me.
All right, well, there's a motion and a second, so let's take a vote.
A yes vote, Mr. Chairman, will require the list to be subdivided between male and female and for the non-binary candidate to appear on both lists. A no vote, and we will continue to vote off of a master list that does contain the gender of the candidate.
Okay.
Okay, so we still have Senator Tadeo. Do we have anybody else behind her?
I believe Senator Tadeo wanted to raise a point of order or point of information or objection.
He wanted to raise a statement of objection.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman.
let's hear it.
She's being unmuted.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want for the record my objection to the fact that I was kicked out of the voting. And once I was able to log back on, I apologize for the dog. Once I was able to log back on, I was not allowed to make the first three choices for the DNC. And I think this is a problem. Should it happen to anyone else as we continue?
Is this a problem that that others are having besides the senator? Okay, well, your objection has been noted. Are the technical folks working on this or no? Senator?
Mr. Chairman, we have a rule that says, and it's been adopted in these rules, that the party is not responsible for the quality of the connection. We have had members coming in and out, and we have handled that as they came in and out.
I mean, I understand that, but if people who are here to vote all of a sudden are out, you're disenfranchising that voter. That's all I'm saying. And if there's, I mean, I understand. Look, I think we all understand there are glitches in technology, but we got to jump on it and fix it because that's what we're asking people to do, and people are spending their entire Saturday afternoon because they want to be here and they want to exercise their right to vote. So whatever the issues are, we need to fix them.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So the process, we have a motion and a second. Do we need to have discussion on this, Helen, or do we go to a vote? Or
Mr. Chairman, I understand that we have a point of order pertinent to this vote, which I believe is the vote on the motion by Mr. Parker. That is from Mr. Dolberg. You want to?
I'm sorry, I missed what was Mr. Dahlberg? I missed that.
Mr. Dolberg, we believe, has a point of order with regard to
with regard to the motion. Okay.
Parker motion, which is, I believe, currently being voted on. Is it not?
We're going to, yes, but if there's a point of order, I think he's entitled to be heard, correct?
If it hasn't been set up, yes, sir, we should go on and hear his point.
Okay.
The polling is currently open. If we need to close it and restart, I would ask the chair to make that decision.
Mr. Chair, should I go ahead with my motion? My point of order, sorry.
Yes, please do.
So as a point of order relating to the rules and clarification about this motion, if we were to separate the list by male and female, what is the process for determining which gender or inclusive of the non-binary gender receives 6 members versus which receives 5 members? It seems that by separating the ballots, it becomes impossible to create a priority of 6 versus 5.
Mr. Chairman,
where is Marcus?
That won't make a difference. The voter chooses how to exercise their votes. All the separation does is make it easier for them, purportedly, to choose a male or a female candidate.
Mr. Chair.
Greg?
Yes. What we would do if this motion passes is we would, having elected 2 males, we would have a ballot of female and non-binary candidates, and people would ask to vote for 5. We would then do a ballot for male and non-binary candidates where people would be asked to vote for 3. Once a gender reaches 5, we would only vote with the other gender until there is a 5-5. And then all remaining candidates, regardless of gender, would be on the last ballot. DNC rules require that the difference between male and female be no more than 1. So we can't do 6 male, 4 female, 1 non-binary because it would not comply. So what we would do is get up to 5 of one gender, 5 of another gender, and then all remaining candidates run on the last ballot, and the highest vote getter wins. Andrew, does that answer you?
Andrew?
Yes, thank you very much for that clarification. That answers my point of order.
We have 2 hands raised.
2 hands raised. Susan Reeder is your next question, Mr. Chairman.
Hello?
Susan, you are unmuted.
I've lowered my hand. Thank you.
Anybody else? Ms. Gonzalez? Mr. Chairman, Ms. Gonzalez seeks a point of information.
Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to just take opportunity to have Craig repeat what it was that he explained with regard to non-binary. As the senior member on the Democratic National Committee, it is not my understanding. I would not concur with his explanation.
Could you listen to this for a second?
Excuse
I want to
me?
make my.
Thank you. So perhaps I did not understand what his explanation was. If he would repeat it, but I would not agree with what I heard him say, which is that we would elect men and then elect women and then have a 3rd ballot just for non-binary.
Just to clarify, that is not what I said.
Thank you.
The motion would be to have a female ballot and non-binary would be included. We would ask people to elect 5. Then we would go to a male ballot where people get to elect 3. The non-binary candidates would be on that ballot. Once we've got 5 of both genders, of each gender or a non-binary, on the remaining ballot, all candidates who have not been previously elected, regardless of gender, will run on that ballot.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Craig.
Anything else? Would somebody like to call the question?
Call the question, Mr. Chair.
Question's been called. Let's
Is there a
vote.
second? You got to have a second.
Is there a second? There's a second.
Is there any objection, Mr. Chair?
Objection to?
Calling the question and going straight to a vote on the Parker motion.
Okay. Is there an objection?
Call the question.
We see no objection to voting now on Mr. Parker's motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, let's go to a vote.
Folks, I think the vote had been open, so we're going to close it and reopen it for members to cast their vote now. If you can hold on one moment.
So they're currently voting.
Okay, so the poll is now open for you to cast your vote. Members, 30 seconds left to cast your vote on this motion. Chair, the results of that vote are in your voter screen.
Okay, the motion fails. 33.94. Oh, sorry. The chart went away. 33.94, and can you put that back on my screen so I can see it?
All right, thanks.
There we go. 33.9 in favor, 57.8 against. Motion fails. Shall we go back to electing DNC members? Can I ask a question? Are we bound by any outside authority that requires us to eliminate, use that 5% threshold for elimination of votes received by a particular candidate, or can we change that to just say, create some other threshold?
Mr. Chairman, certainly someone could move to suspend the rules or to amend the rules at this point to use that threshold. It would require a 2/3 vote to do it. What the rule was drafted so that the threshold only applied when when no one was reaching a majority. And in both ballots so far, one person has attained a majority. If the group would like to have a 5% elimination on the next ballot, they would need to vote for that on a 2/3 basis.
Okay, I'm open to suggestions. It's we've had 2 ballots and picked 2 people at this pace. We're going to be here for much longer. If someone wants to find another way to move this along, I am totally open to suggestions. If you want to go through another ballot, we certainly can. And in the meantime, we can think about other possibilities.
Mr. Chairman, the chat may be indicative that a member would like to make the motion just articulated. That is Carrie Lerner, Mr. Chairman, if you would like to recognize Carrie Lerner.
I sure would. Carrie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I so move that we suspend the rules at this point, and that we enact the 5% rule, that you would need to achieve would need to have achieved at least a 5% in order to remain on the next round's ballot.
Okay. And there is a second already in the chat for that, Mr. Chairman. So if I could state again the motion by that member, and she can correct me if I'm incorrect. She wishes on what would now be the 3rd round of balloting that any candidate who does not achieve a 5% threshold on the 3rd round of balloting will be eliminated in the 4th round of balloting. I see her shaking her head yes.
Wait, guys, please. Hello? Carrie? You're on mute, Carrie.
There is a point of order. That motion, Mr. Chairman, would take 2/3 at this point.
No, I understand, but Carrie was disagreeing with something you were saying, Helen, or no? Okay.
It appeared to me she was shaking her head yes, that I was correctly restating her motion.
Okay.
If she was not, she needs to tell us that.
No, I think she's fine with your restatement.
You have Michelle Winger as a second to that, and you have a point of order by Larry Snyder.
Okay. Larry?
Thank you for meeting me. Yeah, this is Larry Snyder in Duval. I just want to bring to the attention that trying to change all these rules mid-process is really going to delay the time. The longer we take changing these rules, the longer it's going to take to vote. I really think that it would be in everybody's best interest just to continue voting as is. Otherwise, we're going to be on this until 1 a.m. in the morning with all these additional rules changes. So yeah, this is completely a waste of time, and we're already at an hour of just sitting here trying to change the rules on those. We need to continue with the vote. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Larry. Okay, there's a motion that's been seconded. Let's vote. If there are no.
So the motion that will be set up is a motion to suspend the rules and on this ballot, eliminate anyone who does not reach the 5% threshold.
Why? Well, I'm sorry. Why only on this ballot, Carrie? All ballots. All ballots. Okay.
Now forward.
Now forward. Okay.
Thank you all. The voting team's just working on getting that motion up for you.
Mr. Chairman, there are people seeking recognition, but the motion to suspend the rules is not debatable.
Okay, then we proceed.
There is a member asking for the motion to be repeated. If adopted, Mr. Chairman, this motion will eliminate on this ballot and on future ballots any candidates not reaching a 5% threshold.
Correct, because the rule now reads that 5% threshold applies in the first ballot. And we're making it apply to all ballots now.
Yes, sir.
Correct.
And Mr. Chair, that poll is open now for members to go cast their vote. Members, we'll do 30 more seconds on this poll. Thank you.
The voting is now complete. 62% in favor, 37% opposed, small number of abstentions. So let's proceed to the next ballot, please.
Mr. Chairman, it needed 2/3. It only got 62% yes.
Okay, wonderful. All righty.
As I understand it, we'll move to the third ballot. It's a unified ballot with all of our remaining candidates, and we will vote for the 9 remaining positions. Okay, thanks, everyone. It's just going to take a few minutes for the vendor to get that back up for us. Okay, members, the ballot is open for your first selection. Thirty seconds remaining on your first selection. And the updated candidate key has been added to the chat. That link is there for you. Polling is now open for your second selection. Ten seconds left on the second selection. Sorry, 30 seconds left. I apologize. Polling is now open on your third selection. Thirty seconds left on your third selection. Polling is now open for your fourth selection, members. Thirty seconds left on that fourth selection. Polling is now open for your fifth selection. Thirty seconds left on that fifth selection, members. Polling is now open for your sixth selection. Thirty seconds remaining for your sixth selection. Polling is now open for your seventh selection. Thirty seconds left on that seventh selection. Polling is now open for your eighth selection. Thirty seconds left on that eighth selection, members. Thank you. Voting is now open for your ninth selection. And we have 30 seconds left on your ninth selection. Okay, thank you, members. We'll give the voting vendor a few moments to get those results over to HQ.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Craig.
on this ballot, 9,760 votes were cast, 543 votes were needed to win. While several candidates came very close, no candidate won on this. And that means the following candidates are eliminated from the next ballot: Andrea Trainer, Larry Snyder, and Vessel Dokor. Their names will be stricken from future ballots.
I'm sorry, can you repeat those names again, Craig?
Yeah, the names stricken from future ballots, they tied for the lowest vote totals are Andrea Trainer,
Yes.
Larry Snyder, and Vessel Dokor will be eliminated.
Okay. Thank you. God Almighty, I hope we visit our process for the next one of these. Revisit our process. I have a question. Do the members have access to vote totals as we go along? Because it seems to me that having the ability to review where people are placing in this voting order might be instructive to somebody as to continuing to vote for a person or not vote for a person. Otherwise, we could be here till tomorrow morning breakfast, voting for the same
Chair,
person, pretty much getting the same results.
Those summary results have been added to the member packet. So right now, if folks go to their member packet and open up the member copy of voting results, they will see the total that each candidate has received on each ballot. We are still working on adding the last ballot, but those will be added there.
Is there any reason why it's not on the chat?
I just didn't want to confuse folks with too many links, but we can certainly link it there.
Okay. That would be good. Okay, unless anybody has any comments, we'll go to the next round. I like that no one. I like that no one on that ballot.
Oh, do we have a third round results? Did you? No. I say a few people are already close. Oh, you're not on mute yet. Huh? You're not on mute.
Okay.
Only 3?
I'm sorry, Helen, are we waiting on something or?
The ballot is being reset, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
It'll be reset again to vote for 9, 4 of whom, not more than 4 of whom can be male.
Okay, I was just looking at the list of votes from the last ballot. And it seems that there are a significant number of people that would not have met a 5% threshold. People getting 5 votes, 10 votes, 20 votes, 30 votes, 50 votes.
Yes, sir. And I think now that our members know how they can see that, I believe they will start coalescing on candidates who are more viable.
No, I understand that, hopefully, but I also I thought we set a 5% threshold in the last.
It failed. They failed to suspend that rule.
Oh, we didn't have 2/3. That's I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. Only 62% of them voted for that.
I got it. I remember. Thank you for reminding me.
Members, polling is open for your first selection on this 4th ballot. The link to the candidate key that has been updated is in the chat. And I will repeat.
Help me out here. Look at that list and maybe we can. I mean, it's only one fucking. Yeah, it's not gonna make a big.
Members will have 30 more seconds on this first selection. Members, before we move on to the second selection, I will share verbally that Cameron Stemple has withdrawn his candidacy. This will be updated moving forward. Polling is now open for your second selection. Members will do 30 more seconds on your second selection. Polling is now open for your third selection. Thirty more seconds on your third selection. Polling is open for your fourth selection. Thirty more seconds for your fourth selection. Polling is open for your fifth selection. Thirty more seconds on your fifth selection. Polling is open on your sixth selection. Thirty seconds left on your sixth selection. Polling is now open on your seventh selection. Thirty seconds remaining on your seventh selection. Polling is now open for your eighth selection. Thirty seconds remaining on your eighth selection. Polling is now open for your ninth selection. 30 seconds remaining on your ninth selection. Thank you, members. Polling is now closed.
Mr. Chairman, I have the results of the fourth ballot. Mr. Chair.
Craig?
Mr. Chair, I've got the results of the fourth ballot. 8,839 total votes were cast. In order to be elected, you needed to get 492 votes. The following 4 people were elected.
Right.
Grace Carrington, Terry Rizzo, Nadia Ahmad, Tomas Kennedy. That gives us 3 men and 3 women elected so far.
Okay. Just in case I missed the rules earlier. No, forget that. Okay. Great, this works. On to the next one. Anybody, Craig, anybody drop off the list?
No, Mr. Chairman, under the rules, the only time people get eliminated is if no one wins.
In the first,
Since
okay.
4 people got elected on this ballot, no one got eliminated.
Okay. Onwards.
While we get the system prepared to vote for the remaining 5 positions, I will share that Dakin Weekly has asked to be removed, so the next candidate key will reflect that as well.
Chair, we've also received notice from Marcy Stefan, who would like to withdraw her candidacy.
Ballot 5 candidate key is now in the chat, and it looks like polling is open on your first election.
Members, we've just received notice also that Karen Wetzel would like to withdraw her candidacy.
We'll do 30 more seconds on the first selection before we move on. Okay, members, polling is now open for your second selection. Thirty more seconds on your second selection. Polling is now open for your third selection. Thirty more seconds on your third selection. Polling is open on your fourth selection. Thirty more seconds on your fourth selection. And polling is open on your fifth selection. Thirty more seconds for the fifth selection. Thank you, members. Voting is now closed.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I've got the results of the fifth ballot. On the fifth ballot, 5,055 votes were cast. 506 votes were needed to win. No one was elected. Michael Bonacolta and Megan Carter were eliminated. As the bottom vote getters, if no one wins, the bottom vote getters are eliminated. They tied for the lowest vote and both are eliminated.
All right. Next round.
Chair, we have another candidate withdrawal. Natasha Otera has withdrawn from the DNC candidacy race.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Wendy. What do you guys want to vote for? I'll turn off the camera. What?
Chair, we have another withdrawal. Francine Garcia has withdrawn her candidacy. Chair, we also have a withdrawal from Eunice Garbutt, candidate 120.
Okay, members, apologies for the delay. The ballot 6 key has been entered in the chat. The direct link is there for you, but it is also in your member packet. And the voting team has the first selection open if you'd like to enter your vote. We'll do 30 more seconds on the first selection. Polling is open for your second selection. Thirty more seconds on your second selection. Polling is now open for your third selection. Thirty more seconds on your third selection. Polling is open on your fourth selection. Thirty more seconds on your fourth selection. And polling for your fifth selection is now open. 30 more seconds on your fifth selection. Thank you, members. Polling is now closed and we'll await the results.
Chair, we have another candidate withdraw. Janelle Christensen has withdrawn her candidacy for DNC member.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have the results of the sixth ballot.
Yes, Craig.
Okay, on the sixth ballot, 4,981 votes were cast. You needed 499 votes to be elected. No candidate was elected. The following 5 candidates are eliminated: Elizabeth Atlee Hall, Ricky Junquera, Hillary Keys, Sandra McClinton, and Nicole Souza are eliminated from further ballots.
Thank you, Craig. I thought you would have better news for me. Anyway, on to the next
We're
ballot.
getting close, though. We're getting close.
Okay.
Chair, we have another withdrawal. Andrew Darling has withdrawn his candidacy.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, how many candidates do we have left? Do you know that? Is that easy to tell?
Give me one moment, Chair. I will count the remaining candidates. My count has 38 remaining candidates.
Thank you. Next ballot.
If we could wait just a moment, I'm going to update the key for everybody with the folks who dropped and just make sure we've got what we need. Okay, members, your ballot 7 key has been added to the chat. Polling on your first selection is currently open. We'll do 30 more seconds on your first selection. Polling on your second selection is now open. Thirty more seconds on your second selection. Polling for your third selection is now open. Thirty more seconds on your third selection. Polling now open for your fourth selection. Thirty more seconds on your fourth selection. Polling for your fifth selection is now open. Thirty more seconds on your fifth selection. Thank you, members. Polling has concluded.
Mr. Chairman.
What's a good word, Craig?
On the seventh ballot, 4,675 votes were cast, 468 votes were needed to be elected. 2 people were elected, Steve Simonidis and Marcus Dixon. That gives us 5 males elected. This next ballot will be female and non-binary candidates, and you will be asked to vote for 2.
Hey, Craig, before you leave, can you do a quick recap? I guess we're up to 8 now? No?
Yes.
Of the 8
elected. Alan Clendenin, Sean Shaw, Grace Carrington, Terry Rizzo, Tomas Kennedy, Nadia Ahmad, Steve Simonidis, and Marcus Dixon.
Okay, thank you. So we have 2 or 3 left to elect.
You have 3 left to fill.
Okay.
What we're going to do is at least 2 of those will need to be filled by females. So this next ballot will be female and non-binary candidates, and you can vote for 2. And then the last ballot if those are filled, then the last ballot will be vote for 1 off of everybody who's not been eliminated, withdrawn, or elected of either gender.
Okay.
Of any gender.
Of any gender. Okay. We're getting close, Democrats. Let's get it done.
Thanks everybody for your patience. I am updating a candidate key for you now. I will put that link in the chat just shortly.
Yeah. Well, she was eliminated by so this one I'm voting for. Oh.
Helen or Wendy, any additional names that have dropped?
We're not seeing any at this time, Chair.
Thank you.
The updated key is in the chat, and it looks like polling is open on your first selection. We'll do 30 more seconds on your first selection. Polling is now open for your second selection. We'll give 30 more seconds on your second selection. Thank you, members. The polling is now closed.
Mr. Chair.
Hey, Greg.
Mr. Chair, on this ballot, 1,956 votes were cast. 489 votes were needed to win. No candidate was elected. The following candidates have been eliminated: Brianna Cartwright, Ella Coffey, and Patty Ball Thomas. Several eliminated, so we will do another ballot just like we did, 2 females.
Okay. As we go forward, I just want to point something out. We have 2 people elected from Hillsborough, 2 people elected from Miami, 2 people elected from Broward, and 1 person elected from Palm Beach. Just saying.
Craig, could I trouble you to repeat the names of those who were eliminated in the last round?
Yeah, Brianna Cartwright, Ella Coffey, and Patty Ball Thomas. Oh, and some of you had voted the numbers of male candidates. Those votes do not count. So only vote for female candidates.
Okay, next ballot.
Ballot 9 key link is in the chat, members, and the poll for your first selection is open now. Thirty seconds left on your first selection. Polling is open for your second selection. Thirty more seconds on your second selection, members. Thank you, members. The polling is now closed.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Craig.
on this ballot, 2,004 votes were cast, 501 votes were needed to win. No candidate won, although one came within 3 votes. And Carolina Ampudia was eliminated. So we do it again.
Yeah. The while you're tabulating that and sharing that with all of us, you know, I would just ask all of you to consider, for the good of the party, as I mentioned earlier, we have you know, Southeast Florida heavily represented, Hillsborough heavily represented, and I would just ask nicely and voluntarily if the remaining candidates from those districts would consider voluntarily withdrawing, and perhaps also the lower vote getters who have been there for quite a while, if they would consider the same, and we can narrow the list and look for representation from other parts of the state and perhaps smaller counties.
The ballot 10 key is in the chat for members. Please make sure you're using that updated key, and the polling is open for your first selection. Thirty more seconds on your first selection. Thank you, members. Voting is open on the second selection. Thirty more seconds on your second selection, members. Thanks very much. Polling is now closed. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Greg?
of the results of this ballot, and on this ballot, Samantha Herring was selected to the DNC.
Okay.
So we will have another ballot for the a woman's position. Everybody gets one vote.
Got it.
Members, if you give me just one more moment, I'll have an updated ballot 11 key for you. Ballot 11 key is in the chat, and the balloting is open for your first selection.
Chair Florence Shelton Clark has withdrawn candidacy.
Thank you, Wendy. And members, as a reminder, you'll only have one selection on this round. I'm going to ask the voting vendor to leave it open just 30 more seconds. Polling's now closed. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Greg.
On this ballot, no, 1,009 votes were cast. To win, you needed 505. No candidate achieved that. Therefore, Maria Cole was eliminated on this ballot.
Okay. Thanks, Greg. One more time.
Mr. Chairman, there are 11 people who wish to raise a point of order. We do not know, but we assume that it is the same point of order. If it is the same point of order, then they wish to call the chair to task for speaking with regard to the geographical diversity of those folks who have been elected. So you need to address that point. Those people who have communicated with us assert that that is putting your finger on the scale.
Well, quite frankly, to me, that seems more like an opinion than a point of order. But yes, I will address it, and I'll address it this way. I just finished the campaign where I spoke with most of the people that are on this call right now, and many, many, many others, where it was a fundamental ask from everyone involved, and an acceptance of my campaign message about a pledge to include every portion of the state, that in order for us to move forward, in order for us to win, we need to look at our diversity, and we need to focus on each and every corner of the state of Florida. And I think that, call me crazy, but it seems to me that the leadership of the party, and in this case the DNC members, ought to reflect that kind of a commitment. And look, I'm from South Florida, and I'm the first one that raises the issue that at this point we have a disproportionate amount of South Florida residents. And I don't know, in the position that everyone is sitting during this meeting, that they have access to the kind of information that I have in terms of the counties that are represented by the people that are getting elected. And I thought I'd point that out as something that, in my opinion, is worthy of consideration from voting. I'm not telling people how to vote. I'm just simply saying, as we go forward, is something that I think we should keep in mind, that we have representation that is reflective of the entire state of Florida. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you, everyone. So it looks like the voting's been reset. Your ballot 12 candidate key is linked in the chat. It is also in your member folder. If you'd rather find it there, you will make another selection for one of the remaining candidates in your V-Voter now. Okay, members, we will leave the poll open for 30 more seconds. Thank you, members. Polling is closed.
Chair Diaz, while we're waiting on the results of that ballot, Representative Joseph Geller has a motion.
can we hold off on that for a moment, Representative, until we get the this tally, if you don't mind?
Chair, the results of this ballot were 999 votes cast. 500 votes were needed to win. No candidate received 500 votes. Rachel Gilmer and Lori Woodward have been eliminated.
Okay.
So we'll vote again.
Helen or Wendy, can you now give us an update on where we are with number of remaining candidates?
Helen?
Mr. Chairman, we, 2, 4, I believe there are 33 remaining candidates. Rachel can correct me quickly if that is not correct.
I don't know the total number of candidates off the top of my head, but I do have here the remaining female candidates that will appear on the next ballot.
Okay. And
that number is 11.
There are 11 eligible candidates, female and non-binary, Rachel?
That's correct.
Okay, so there are 11 persons still running in the ballot we are at now.
Okay. Have you posted the results of the last ballot already? Are we ready to go move on, or can we
If I
see?
could have just one more moment, I will
Course. Yes, no, of
both
course.
update the key and put the results from the last ballot in the member packet.
Yeah, I'd like to make that available to everybody before we jump on to the next ballot.
Mr. Geller remains in line. We understand you asked him to hold his motion. We will hold his place in line unless you tell us otherwise, Mr. Chair.
Those results have been added, and I will add the updated ballot 13 candidate key to the check. Members, the polling is now open to enter your selection. 30 more seconds for your first selection.
Chair, we have a message from Margaret Good that she's withdrawing her candidacy.
Thank you, Wendy.
Thank you, members. That poll has closed.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
the results of this ballot are 1,005 votes cast. Hold on just a second. Let me double check that. End result is nobody won. Florence Shelton Clark was eliminated.
Okay.
Actually, Florence had dropped out previously, so I believe Joyce Cusack is eliminated.
So it would be if Florence Shelton Clark apparently had dropped out, had been taken off the list earlier, and Joyce Cusack then is eliminated from this round.
Okay. Representative Geller, thank you for your patience. You have a motion to make? Do we need to unmute Representative Geller or?
Hello. Yes,
Oh, there you
Mr.
are.
Chair, looked at the results, and we have a host of candidates that are barely polling double digits. And I'd like to move to suspend the rules to drop the bottom 5 candidates.
Was that a second?
He has a second from Dr. Anderson.
Okay. Thank you. So, I'm sorry, I
The
forgot.
motion to suspend the rules is non-debatable, requires 2/3 unless there is no objection.
Is there any objection to this motion?
Someone wanted to do it, has objected. That person wants to just vote between the top 2.
Well, that's not the motion though.
Correct. So we have to vote on the motion to suspend the rules to drop the bottom 5.
Correct. So let's well, we don't, was there objection?
Yes, sir, there was.
Okay, so then we have to vote. So let's vote. We need 2/3.
You can't retroactively apply it.
So the next ballot will drop.
Yeah.
Members will give 30 more seconds to cast your vote on this motion to suspend the rules to drop the bottom 5 candidates on remaining ballots.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Snyder is seeking recognition. He has sought recognition for a point of order. He now seeks recognition for a motion.
Okay, can we report on the results of the vote we just took? On the motion to suspend the rules and drop the bottom 5 candidates, the motion fails. Though it received the 59.5% of the vote, it did not receive the required 2/3. Now, there is a, was there, I'm sorry, Helen, was there another motion pending with regard to cutting the list to, I think you said to the top 2? Is that what you said?
That there is another person, but Mr. Snyder is ahead of that.
Okay, all right, well then let's take up Mr. Snyder.
Thank you for unmuting me. I'm calling a point of order and I'd like to make a motion. I've been trying to make a point of order for 2.5 hours now. I've been trying to call a motion for over an hour now and I have not been recognized. I've made over 50 attempts to make a point of order and multiple attempts to make a motion. At this point, I'd like to make a motion to call this entire meeting out of order for not following Robert rules.
Mr. Snyder, could you state your point? We've been responding to you and have not heard your point clearly stated after we first shared it with the chair. I can't hear him now. Somehow you've gotten muted again. Just 1 second. You're somehow muted again. Okay, Mr. Snyder.
All right, you unmuted me. Thank you for unmuting me. I appreciate that. I would like to make a motion to call this entire meeting out of order. That's my motion.
On what grounds?
That I am not being recognized for points of orders or motions. I've been trying to make a point of order for over 2 hours. My original point of order, multiple points of order since then. I am not being recognized. This entire meeting is out of order. We are not following Robert's rules.
Mr. Snyder, we'll put your issue to the chair.
No, I want a motion to call this meeting out of order. I'm presenting a motion to the floor for a vote. You understand how Robert rules works, right?
I do understand how Robert's rules works, Mr. Snyder.
My motion.
Is there a second to Mr. Snyder's motion asserting that the entire meeting is out of order?
Change your name to second.
I have multiple people saying they're trying to second. Are you going to recognize them?
Change your name to second if you all want to call this meeting out of order. What are we?
Okay, there is a second. So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Snyder.
We cannot continue not recognizing people that are trying to speak and trying to put a point of order in. Regardless of how this motion goes, people must be recognized. We have to follow Robert's rules. I don't care if we're here till midnight, 6 in the morning. I don't care if we adjourn and we pick back up tomorrow. We have to follow
Snyder, Mr. Snyder, we were communicating with you and you were not accepting our communications. At this point, you have everyone's attention, and everyone will have an opportunity to vote on your motion.
What is it required?
We have an objection to your motion, but it comes after the second, so it will not keep us from voting on your motion. I don't know if Rachel, have you got it set? The motion, let me restate it for the vendor. And Mr. Snyder, you'll have to correct me if it is incorrect. Your motion is
Helen,
an
I
assertion
believe
that
that
the meeting is out of order because you were not being recognized, though the chat would, which is part of the permanent record, will show that we were in fact communicating with you, so that a yes vote would result in an agreement that some portion of this meeting was out of order, and a no vote would confirm that the meeting was not out of order. And part of what we were asking you the whole time was, how would you like what relief do you seek? How would you like it to be corrected? The chair spoke to your motion, said what he thought he was doing, and we continued on. You did not ask for some relief. So is there some relief that you would request at this point?
Helen, by the way, Representative Geller has a point of order.
Yes, sir. Does that point of order deal with this motion?
Yes, it does.
Right. Could we recognize Mr. Geller for his point of order?
He is recognized.
Hello? Okay. This motion is out of order. On a point of order, I object to it. It's not a proper motion to say that the entire proceeding is out of order. You can move to adjourn, but you can't have a motion that says the whole proceeding is out of order. If you haven't been recognized, I share the frustration. This is a difficult medium. We're all having problems with it, but it is simply not a proper motion to say, I want to move, the whole proceedings are out of order. That is a point of order. It is not a motion. It gets dealt with as a point of order. There is no such motion.
So, Mr. Chair, you will need to rule on Mr. Geller's point of order with regard to Mr. Snyder's motion.
When you say rule, do I accept Mr. Geller's statement? Yes.
I'm sorry, sir. You either sustain, you say that Mr. Geller's point is well taken and you sustain it, or Mr. Geller's point is not well taken, and we continue on to vote on Mr. Snyder's motion.
I believe that Representative Geller's point is well taken.
Okay.
Sustained.
In that, so we will not vote on Mr. Snyder's motion. Is anybody appealing it?
Okay, so then we have another motion pending with regard to voting on the two top vote getters. Is that correct, Helen?
Yes, sir. There was another person seeking recognition, and that was the motion that that person wished to make. Can we get back to them?
Who is that? Who is that person?
We're looking for it in the chat, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Raymel Quinones. The person is holding Mr. Soto's proxy.
Okay. You're recognized.
Hi, thank you, Chair. My name is Ramel Quinones from Osceola County, proxy for Representative Congressman Ben Soto. I just make the motion that we, instead of removing the bottom 5, we just keep the top 2, so that way our next vote will have a majority and we can move on. And that's my motion. Thank you.
That's a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
Dr. Wilson, I'm sorry, Dr. Anderson seconds the motion. It's another suspension of the rules. It'll require 2/3.
Correct. Please set up the vote.
Members, the polling is now open. Members will close the poll in 30 seconds. Thank you. The poll has closed.
Okay, Democrats, we got to keep voting. The motion has failed. Did not get 2/3. So please set up the next ballot.
Members, as I prepare the next candidate key for you, I will share that Cynthia Chestnut has asked to withdraw from the remaining ballots. I'm also seeing that member Patty Farley has asked to be withdrawn. So if you give me one moment, I will update that as well. Okay, members, I think we are on ballot number 14. That key is in your chat. Please only vote for members who are still in the running. The poll for your first selection is now open. Members, 30 more seconds to cast or change your vote. Thank you, members. The polling is closed.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Craig.
on the 14th ballot, I think, 995 votes were cast, 498 votes were needed to win. Vivian Rodriguez was elected as a member of the Democratic National Committee.
Okay.
So there is one more position to be filled by whoever has not dropped out or has not been eliminated. Men or women, because we have a 5-5 balance now, it could be of either gender.
Thank you, Craig. So it's 8:10. We've been at this for 8 hours. I was thinking perhaps a 5-minute break. If anyone needs to go get some water, go to the restroom, stretch. Is everybody okay with that? 5 minutes? All right, let's, it's 8:10. Let's reconvene at 8:15. Okay, I guess we're on to ballot number 15. Is that where we are? Is that the order right now, Helen?
I believe 15 is the correct number.
Okay.
Key with remaining candidates has been put in the chat, and the polling is open to enter your selection. Members will give you 30 more seconds to submit your selection. Thank you, members. Polling is now closed.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Craig.
on this ballot, 993 votes were cast. 497 votes were needed to win. No candidate achieved those votes. The following candidates have been eliminated: Michael Calderon, Phil Giorno, Vanessa Lester, Ione Townsend, Kevin Parker, and Evan Smith.
Thank you, Craig.
Okay.
I'll need just another moment to update the results in your member packet, as well as to create a new key for everyone.
And Chair, we do have Representative Geller asking to make a motion.
Representative Geller, you're recognized. You're muted. Representative Geller, you're muted. We're not hearing you. Could somebody unmute him, please?
Representative Geller, you should be seeing a request to unmute yourself. The issue may be that it looks like you might be on more than one device.
Representative Geller, can I restate what we see in the chat box? And you tell us yes or no with a thumbs up or down? Thank you. What we see in the chat box is a request to limit on this ballot, which would be the 16th ballot, to limit the 16th ballot to the top half of the remaining candidates from the 15th ballot. Is that an affirmative, Reverend Keller? Just give us a thumbs up, because something's reverberating and we actually can't hear you. I see a shake of your head, so that was not it. Okay, if I'm understanding, then what I see now is go on to the 16th ballot, and if no one wins on the 16th ballot, no, wrong. What we have written in chat is this statement. If we do not have a majority, I move to limit the next ballot to 50%, the top 50% remaining. Top 10 remaining?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
We had 20 on the last ballot. I wanted half of what was from the last ballot. That's the top 10 remaining. You knocked off a few. I want to knock off a few more. Let's vote on the top half from the last ballot. That's the top 10 out of 20.
Okay, so Reverend Geller's motion has a second from Dr. Anderson. We also have an objection to circumscribing any effort based on expediency. Those folks should vote no, because these expediencies have been failing, as we know. Mr. Chair, I believe Mr. Geller's motion at this point is to vote on the 16th ballot on the top 10 remaining after ballot 15. That's a yes.
Okay, so we're going forward with this next ballot to see if we get a majority. If not, then we entertain Representative Geller's motion, or do we entertain it now? Now.
He is specifically asking that for the 16th ballot, the next one, that we vote only on the top 10 remaining candidates. That would require a 2/3 in the affirmative.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion?
There was from Dr. Anderson.
Okay, terrific.
And there are others who think it's inappropriate, but this is non-debatable as a motion to suspend the rules.
Right. If they don't, if they find it unacceptable, they can vote no, as you indicated. So we're voting on Representative Geller's motion.
Yes, sir, when the voting system is set for it. A yes would restrict the vote on the 16th ballot to the top 10 from ballot 15, and a no would continue forward with only the eliminations that were announced by Mr. Smith.
Polling is now open on the motion, members. We'll close this poll in 30 seconds, members. Oh, never mind. It looks like it's been closed. Chair, those voting results are ready.
Okay, the motion fails. On to the next ballot.
As I prepare the key for the next ballot, I will let folks know that we have received withdrawals from candidates Alan Williams and Stacy Patel. Members, the remaining candidates are listed on the ballot 16 candidate key, which is now linked in your chat box. The polling is also open to enter your selection. Members will close the poll in 30 seconds. Thank you, members. Polling is closed.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Craig.
the results of ballot 16, 933 votes were cast, 467 votes were needed to get a majority. No candidate got a majority. Willie Anderson was eliminated from the ballot.
Okay.
Chair, additionally, we have received a withdrawal from Ben Diamond.
Okay, thank you. Next ballot.
Members, thank you for your patience. Ballot 17 candidate key is now in the chat for you to review the remaining candidates, and the polling is open for you to enter your selection. The data from the last election is also, or I'm sorry, the last ballot is also now in the results summary. Thank you, members. We'll give 30 more seconds on this ballot. Thank you, members. The polling is now closed.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Greg.
yes, on this ballot, on ballot 17, 937 votes were cast, 487 votes were needed for an election. No candidate got 487 votes. Reverend James Golden is eliminated from the ballot.
Next ballot.
Members, your ballot 18 key is in the chat and the polling is open in vVoter. Members, will hold this poll for 30 more seconds. Thank you, members. The poll is closed.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Craig.
the results of ballot 18, on ballot 18, 981 votes were cast, 491 votes were required for a majority. Sanjay Patel was elected to the final position on the DNC. That completes the election of our DNC members.
Thank you, Craig. And congratulations to the new DNC members. Look forward to working with you. And thank all of those who ran. As I said in the beginning, the sheer number of people and the enthusiasm was worthy of note. So the final items of business are the elections of the CD chairs and vice chairs. These officers will serve on the Central Committee and traditionally are responsible for running the National Convention delegate selection in their districts. Only state committee men and state committee women from those counties are either totally or partially within congressional district are eligible to be nominated for these offices. Because we've been unable to hold traditional congressional district caucuses, districts where committee members are able to meet consensus on their chair and vice chair will be filled today. Congressional districts where committee members are unable to meet consensus on their chair and require an election will meet at a later date. I will now recognize Craig Smith to review the districts with consensus. Craig is recognized to name the consensus candidate, and he will move to approve the slated officers and recess the remaining elections until a later certain date. Craig?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. In working with the members of the congressional districts committees, the following committees have reached a consensus on their officers, and I'd like to report that and have the records reflect that these selections have been made. In Congressional District 6, the chair of the Congressional District Committee will be Reverend Evan Smith, the vice from Volusia County, and the vice chair will be Marie Garnes from St. John's. In Congressional District 7, the chair of the committee will be Jeffrey Wilkinson from Seminole County, and the vice chair will be Christina Miner from Seminole County. In Congressional District 8, the chair will be Sanjay Patel from Brevard County. The vice chair will be Stacy Patel from Brevard County. In Congressional District 10, the chair will be Vivian Light Johnson, and the vice chair will be Ricky Lee, both from Orange County. In Congressional District 12, the chair will be Jocelyn Dickman, and the vice chair will be Lou Malerba, both from Pasco County. In Congressional District 13, the chair will be Lucinda Wilder Johnson, and the vice chair will be Rick Boylan, both from Pinellas County. In CD 14, the chair will be Marcus Klebb, and the vice chair will be Vanessa Lester, both from Hillsborough County. In CD 19, the chair will be Mike Bonacolta, and the vice chair will be Carrie Lerner, both from Lee County. In CD 20, the chair will be Ken Evans from Broward County, and the vice chair will be Maria Cole from Palm Beach County. In CD 21, the chair will be Janaid Actor from Palm Beach County, and the vice chair will be Maria Cole from Palm Beach County. In CD 22, the chair will be Grace Carrington from Broward County, and the vice chair will be Janaid Actor from Palm Beach County. In CD 23, the chair will be Ken Evans from Broward County, and the vice chair will be Annette Tadeo from Dade County. In CD 24, the chair will be William Byatt from Dade County, and the vice chair will be Grace Carrington from Broward County. In CD 25, the chair will be Sarah McFadden from Collier County, and the vice chair will be William Byatt from Dade County. In CD 26, the chair will be Dakin Weekly from Monroe County, and the vice chair will be Annette Tadeo from Dade County. And in CD 27, the chair will be Annette Tadeo, and the vice chair will be William Byatt, both from Miami-Dade County. I'd like the record to reflect the selections from the various CD committees. And if that's acceptable, I want to move on and make a motion.
Please.
The motion is Pursuant to the bylaws, this meeting cannot adjourn until the CD chair selections have been completed. Therefore, I move that this meeting stand in recess for 2 weeks' time. During that time, the congressional district committees in congressional districts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 11, 15, 16, 17, and 18 shall elect their chair and vice chairs and report such elections to the state party chair. If within 10 days, the state party chair has not received a report of the selection of the officers from those congressional district committees, the chair or his designee shall convene a meeting of those congressional district committees that have not reported and proceed with the selection of officers. Upon the completion of those meetings, those reports will be given to the state party chair. And upon the state party chair receiving reports from all 27 congressional districts, the chair will be authorized to adjourn this meeting.
Okay, thank you, Craig. And let's, do we need a second on the motion?
I believe so.
Yes, sir. Second. You need a second. You've got it from Lydia Hudson.
Got it. Okay. Do we do this by voice vote, or is there any objection, or?
We don't see any objection in the chat at this point, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so we'll deem the motion approved. Thank you, Craig.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And thank you to our state committee members.
Stand in recess?
Yes, we stand in recess. And we'll be in touch with the schedule of congressional district caucus meetings to conclude the organizational business. So the meeting is in recess. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for your patience.